20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Daougabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions, stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs, called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance, urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security, highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law, encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them, called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council, aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Honorable members, Honorable Mr. President,
Good morning. May I allow an opportunity for silent meditation or prayer? Thank you. You can take your seats. Madam Clerk, what? Honorable members, we are in the second week of our session. I know a few of our MPs are down with flu. There is a bout of flu which I can even name some who have officially notified the president that the doctors have advised them to take a rest because they are indisposed because of flu. But we still need to know the numbers in the chamber. So, Madam Clerk, your team, can they advise as we start how many members of parliament are in the chamber?
Honorable President, the head of plenary is taking a head count. Please bring the list of members present.
Madam Clerk, I'm yet to sign, please.
You only address the chair, the president, not the clerk. If you have anything to say, you address the president.
Noted, Mr. President. Thank you.
If we can be efficient, honorable members, we debate, we dispose of items on our program. We could be lucky that by end of day on Thursday, we may be concluding our business and allow Thursday for people to get organized, packing their bags, finishing one or two things, and go to the mosque at the right time. So let's be efficient in everything that we are doing. I'm waiting for the number count, the head count. We are supposed to be 102. 102.
Honorable President, there are 60 members of parliament in the chamber.
Repeat.
60.
60. We are short of 42. Is that correct? 102. So we are short by 42. Is that correct? Quorum is 102. So we are short 42. Not good news for this chamber. Leaders of delegation, please encourage your members to attend on time. Yes.
Good morning. We are yet to sign. We arrived, but we didn't sign yet. We didn't sign. I don't know how you make the count, but we didn't sign. We didn't sign the documents.
This is a head count. Maybe the interpreters are not putting it properly to other languages. This is a head count. It's not a register of attendance. So even the person who comes at 11 will still sign as present. That is another issue. By end of day, there will be a register of who actually entered this chamber today. Whether you come in the afternoon, you will be marked present. This issue of head count is meant to say, the rules say, for parliament to sit, there should be a quorum. So we are now starting to sit. Do we have a quorum at the beginning? But it doesn't mean we can't proceed with the business. It only means that we cannot resolve. We cannot make decisions because we don't have a quorum. But we can transact business like debates. So thank you, Honorable. I believe that is now clear. Now, honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Rule 38(1) of the Rules of Procedure, it is with great pleasure that I invite the following into the chamber. Ambassador Liberata Mulamula, Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security for the African Union. Ambassador Mulamula, I believe there are some, okay, thank you. You are welcome. Next is Mrs. Prudence Ngwenya, AU Director for Gender, Women and Youth. Some are that side. There could be some sitting that in the VIP lounge is possible. Our ushers, where are you? Protocol, where are you? Yeah, some may be in the VIP lounge.
She's joining virtually.
Sorry?
She's joining virtually.
Oh.
Prudence is please by Zindiwe.
Us being advised a bit late that Mrs. Prudence Ngwenya is being replaced by Lindiwe Mugabe, the program specialist, and she will present virtually. I invite into the chamber Janet Salah Njie, Commissioner, Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. Present. Thank you. I call and invite into the chamber Honorable Issa Mado Jabre, General Rapporteur of the Committee on Defense, Security and Sovereignty of the National Assembly of Chad. The clerk shall read the first order of the day.
The first order of the day is presentation and debates on AU Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls, adopted by the Assembly in February 2025. The presenters are the following. First, Ms. Lindiwe Mgabe, Program Specialist on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls of the African Union Commission, followed by Honorable Janet Salanjai, Commissioner and Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. This will be followed by a presentation by Ambassador Liberata Mulamula, Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security for the African Union Commission. This will then be followed by a Women's Caucus, PAP Women's Caucus perspective, and the presenter is Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya, Chairperson of the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you. I shall now allow Ms. Lindiwe Mugabe to present virtually. You are welcome, Mrs. Lindiwe Mugabe.
Thank you, Excellencies, and a very good morning. It is my pleasure to present the convention. I hope you can all see my screen. This is an... Okay, there's an echo. Okay, this is an instrument that was adopted by the African Union following the high-level presidential initiative on ending violence against women and girls, which was implemented by the African Union from 2021. I'm sure you'll remember the AU men's conferences that were hosted from 2021 in DRC, 2022 in Senegal, and 2023 in South Africa in Pretoria. And the outcome of these conferences was the adoption of this convention in February, on the 16th of February, during the 38th ordinary session of the African Union Heads of State Assembly. This particular instrument, I'm sure many could be asking, what is the value add after Maputo Protocol? But this particular instrument to us builds on the foundation that was set by the Maputo Protocol and the article that speaks to violence against women. It recognizes violence as a violation of human rights and a violation of international humanitarian law. And it acknowledges the systemic nature of violence and how it is rooted in historic inequalities and in unequal power relations. And an innovation for us is the broad spectrum that this particular instrument covers, because it covers violence in public, private, and includes cyberspaces. During times of peace, disaster, conflict, transition, and post-conflict situations. So what we felt as a team is that this particular instrument was more comprehensive and it's all-encompassing, and it covers different aspects of women's life cycle. Moving on, The objectives of the convention. The aim of the convention is to prescribe an enabling environment where different stakeholders can come together and coordinate to end violence against women. It looks at the work that is done by government agencies. It mandates them to work with different stakeholders like civil society organizations, women's rights organizations, and partners for service provision in different sectors, including health, justice, home affairs, right across the spectrum. It provides preventive measures to end violence against women and also brings the multi-sectoral and multi-dimensional nature of stakeholders who need to come together to ensure that this issue is addressed. It looks at families, it looks at the role of communities, the role of cultural and religious institutions is also magnified in this particular convention. It enhances enforcement mechanisms, looking at how member states can ensure the health needs of women and girls are met, social welfare and social protection needs are met, and also calls on the justice system to do right by women and girls on the continent. It also provides a comprehensive support to victims, survivors, and their families. The structure of the convention is along 4 key pillars. It speaks to prevention, it speaks to protection, it speaks to prosecution and an expedited prosecution and judicial process, and it also speaks to policy formulation. So when we classify or when we look at the convention, then you'll see that it covers those 4 areas. It is guided by principles. Number 1, the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms of women and girls, prioritization of victim-centered approaches, like I said before, the adoption of multi-stakeholder and bottom-up approaches, and equality of opportunities. And when I began the presentation, I did say that this is an offshoot, or this is a direct result of the Positive Masculinity Initiative. So this particular instrument, it comes as no surprise that it also promotes positive masculinity and tries to center all interventions in African values and norms. It also offers state obligations on ending violence against women and girls. It looks at multiple and interconnected factors. I think we all understand that women and girls are also hit by multiple shocks, and they also face multiple vulnerabilities, such as disability, displacement, old age, being in conflict, class, and all those others. So it also takes cognizance of the interconnected factors, which also contribute to violence against women. And an innovation for us, which was also birthed from the ILO Convention, is increased focus on ending violence in the world of work. And it ensures that women have access to a safe and enabling work environment. And because we were also very alive to the issues of child labor, we put an article there which seeks to protect girls who, due to certain circumstances, find themselves compelled to be in a work environment. And it also provides appropriate protections for women who for girls who find themselves in those situations. On the prevention side, like I said, it mandates the state parties to adopt laws and policies that prevent violence, to ensure that cultural, traditional, and religious beliefs don't justify abuse, to ensure and promote African culture and norms, adopt multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary campaigns to ensure public awareness, and to also guide public discourse on the benefits of peace and the dangers and cost of ending violence, violence against women and girls. And it also calls for gender-responsive reporting, procedures, legal services, legal aid, and all the rest. On access to justice, I think an important key that is established by the convention is on timeliness and making sure that this access to justice is fair and non-discriminatory, and that there is effective investigation and accountability of perpetrators, and to also ensure that victims and witnesses are protected and are provided appropriate recourse, and it also rehabilitation programs for perpetrators as well to promote behavior change. On implementation and interpretation, the state parties are required to include their periodic reports to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Now, Article 14 mandates the African Commission to interpret the provisions of the Convention in accordance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and they may also refer any disputes related to implementation and interpretation to the African Court. I'm aware that Commissioner Salanjai, who's the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa and who's the Deputy Chairperson of the African Commission, is in the room. So I think she'll expand more on the role of the African Commission in the interpretation and in implementation of this particular instrument. Now, on issues of ratification, which is where we are at the moment and which is where all our energies are being exhausted, this convention is open now to ratification and accession, and the instruments of ratification need to be deposited with the chairperson of the African Union Commission. The convention enters into force 30 days after the deposit of instruments of ratification by 15 member states. At the present moment, we don't have any ratifications, but I'm happy to inform Your Excellencies that the convention has been signed by 6 AU member states, that is Djibouti, Angola, the Gambia, DRC, Burundi, and Liberia. I think the call to action will be made by our senior colleagues who are there in the room, but right now the focus is on ensuring that this particular instrument comes into force as soon as possible and that we get the 15 ratifications. We are on an outreach drive with an AU campaign on the convention, and we have started the public awareness at regional, global, regional, and national level. And we are also seeking support to resource this work. And I think let me end there and hand back to you, Honorable President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Lindiwe Mugabe, the program specialist on ending violence against women. Another round of applause for her. I now invite Janet Salah Njie, Commissioner Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa.
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament and honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, the Clerk of Parliament, AU Envoy on Human Peace and Security, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, let me first of all greet you and to extend the greetings of the Chairperson and the Commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Sorry, Madam Presenter, I think it would be better if you could come to the podium.
Oh, okay, very well.
Yeah, from there, you just walk here.
Thank you. I was not advised previously. Thank you very much,
okay.
President. Yes. Okay,
thank you. Yeah, you are welcome. That's the
Thank you.
position here.
Thank you very much, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament and members of the Pan-African Parliament, Madam Clerk and staff of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As I indicated initially, as the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, a sister organ of the Pan-African Parliament, I bring you greetings from the Chairperson and the Commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I'm coming back to the business of the day. Honorable President, distinguished parliamentarians, I would like to reiterate that gender-based violence remains one of the most pervasive and deeply rooted human rights violations across Africa, affecting women and girls in every corner of the continent, regardless of age, class, religion, ethnicity, or nationality. It manifests itself in multiple forms, including physical, sexual, psychological, economic, and occurs in both the public and the private sphere, including within our homes, schools, workplaces, conflict zones, and even in the digital space. The statistics paint a grim picture. According to recent data from the United Nations, 1 in 3 women experience physical or sexual violence in her lifetime, sometimes often at the hands of an intimate partner. In several countries, harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation, widowhood rights, breast ironing persist with little accountability, fueled by deeply entrenched patriarchal norms and sociocultural justifications. Conflict and insecurity in many African regions, from the Sahel to the Horn of Africa, exacerbate the vulnerability of women and girls who are subjected to sexual violence as a weapon of war and suffer from impunity and the breakdown of judicial systems. This situation underscores the urgent need for a comprehensive, unified, and binding legal framework at a continental level that can provide clarity, coherence, and coordination in addressing violence against women and girls, harmonize standards, and close protection gaps in national and regional responses. Recognizing the severity and persistence of gender-based violence, the African Union has made several efforts over the past 2 decades to address this issue through policy, legal, and institutional intervention. A cornerstone of these efforts is the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Rights of Women in Africa, commonly known as the Maputo Protocol, which was adopted in 2003 and entered into force in 2005. The protocol is one of the most progressive legal instruments in the world for the protection and promotion of women's rights, explicitly addressing GBV in all its forms, including sexual violence, FGM, and marital rape. It obliges states to adopt legislative, administrative, and budgetary measures to eliminate such violence and to provide survivors with justice and support services. Beyond the protocol, the AU has adopted several declarations and strategies, such as the 2014 Addis Ababa Declaration on Ending Child Marriage in Africa, the 2017 AU Gender Strategy, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, all of which address gender-based violence, either directly or indirectly. The AU has established institutional mechanisms such as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, especially through the Special Report on the Rights of Women in Africa, and also at the level of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. However, despite these normative and policy advancements, enforcement remains inconsistent, and existing instruments, while valuable, do not provide a dedicated, binding, and detailed framework focused solely on the eradication of violence against women and girls. Therefore, the AU Convention on Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls, adopted in February 2005, emerges as a necessary and timely response to fill this normative gap and consider the continent's commitment into a clear, actionable, and enforceable treaty framework. The Convention marks a historic and transformative milestone in the continental fight against gender-based violence. As the first binding, stand-alone legal instrument of its kind, solely dedicated to addressing all forms of violence against women and girls, it builds on the foundation, as has been indicated by Lindway, of the early regional instrument, that is the Maputo Protocol. However, the convention goes further by offering more expansive definitions, clearer obligations, and stronger enforcement mechanisms tailored to the realities women and girls face across the continent. It adopts a comprehensive and intersectional definition of violence, encompassing physical, sexual, psychological, economic, and structural violence, and explicitly recognizing harmful practices. The Convention begins with a wide-ranging set of definitions in Article 1 that clarify what constitutes violence. The Convention asserts the right to live free from violence in Article 2, affirming it as a fundamental, indivisible human right that intersects with all other freedoms. With Article 3 delineating its scope, the instrument applies to violence occurring in both the private and the public spheres, in digital environments, and during peace, conflict, transition, or post-conflict contexts. A central pillar of the Convention is Article 5, which deals with a core state obligation to end all forms of violence. These obligations include enacting and enforcing comprehensive laws addressing violence in the public and private sphere. Article 6 further outlines the guiding principle for interpretation and enforcement, mandating respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, adoption of a victim-centered approach, multi-stakeholder bottom-up strategies, equality before the law for all regardless of identity, and promotion of positive masculinity and African values to prevent violence. In recognition of the intersecting vulnerabilities, Article 7 requires state parties to address heightened risk faced by women and girls who experience multiple forms of discrimination or marginalization, such as disability, displacement, age, statelessness, and assures accountability for violence perpetrated by both state and non-state actors. Article 10 obliges states to enact policies that prohibit any cultural, traditional, or religious justification for violence. Article 14 requires states to include in their legislative and policy measures periodic reports to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and empowers Commission to interpret the Convention, as has been mentioned by Madam Lindewe. What is the significance of this convention? Because you'll be asking that question. How come do we need to have a second instrument in the face of the fact that I had indicated that the Maputo Protocol is one of the most transformative? Distinguished members of Parliament, the convention is the first standalone AU treaty on ending violence against women. It is explicitly dedicated to the elimination of violence against women. This landmark fills a significant normative gap by focusing squarely on violence against women, unlike previous instruments which address it broadly. The protocol also strengthens instruments like the Maputo Protocol, so it complements and strengthens the Maputo Protocol. So it's not replacing it, it strengthens it. It enhances protection and redress for survivors. The Convention prioritizes survivor-centered approaches by obliging states to provide comprehensive support services, including psychosocial, medical, legal, and economic assistance. It calls for safe reporting mechanism, access to justice, and reparation, ensuring the survivors are not traumatized. It promotes synergies and reduces duplication in reporting. A key innovation of the Convention is its effort to harmonize and streamline existing AU reporting obligations on women's rights and GBV. States have often faced challenges in navigating the multiple and sometimes overlapping requirements under the Maputo Protocol, CEDAW, and other frameworks. So the Convention addresses this problem. The current status, as you've been informed, as of July 2025, 6 states have signed, but none have ratified, and we require 50 ratification. I think this is important as we reflect on the strides we've made at the level of the continent. I'll just now quickly take you to the role of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The Commission is poised to play a pivotal role in supporting the effective implementation of the AU Convention. As the principal human rights body of the African Union, the Commission is strategically placed to advance advocacy for ratification, domestication, and operationalization of the Convention across member states through its special rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa and other relevant mechanisms. The Commission can use its authority to promote awareness of the Convention's significance, underscore the urgency of its ratification, and encourage state parties to align national legislation with its provision. Furthermore, the Commission has a critical role in monitoring implementation through its established state reporting mechanisms under Article 62 of the African Charter and complementary shadow reporting processes submitted by civil society. These tools will be essential for assessing state progress and hold them accountable to their commitment under the Convention. As the guardian of the human rights architecture, the Commission possesses a critical normative function that will prove indispensable to giving full effect to the Convention. Beyond its monitoring role, the Commission exercises interpretative authority to develop soft law instruments, including resolutions, general comments, and guidelines that provide authoritative clarification on the Convention's provisions, elucidate its relationship with existing frameworks like the Maputo Protocol, and offer concrete direction to states on effective domestication. This instrument will serve as a vital tool to resolve ambiguities, prevent fragmentation in implementation, and ensure the Convention's transformative potential in fully realizing across the diverse legal system. The Commission's role becomes pivotal as the Convention transitions from aspiration to operation. Through a special mechanism, notably the mechanism of Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women, the Commission is uniquely positioned to develop a survivor-centered jurisprudence that informs the continent's accountability architecture, which will transform the Convention from a symbolic commitment into an enforceable shield for men, women, and girls. Moreover, the Commission's convening power enables strategic synergies with other AU organs to amplify the Convention's impact. Collaborative engagement with the Pan-African Parliament can accelerate ratification through parliamentary advocacy and model legislation, while partnership with the African Court can strengthen the adjudication of gender-based violence. Such interinstitutional cooperation creates a multiplier effect. PARC mobilizes political will for ratification, the Commission guides implementation through its technical expertise, and the Court ensures judicial enforcement, forming a comprehensive ecosystem for combating gender-based violence. This multi-layered approach not only reinforces state accountability, but also institutionalizes the AU's whole of system response to gender equality as envisioned in Agenda 2063. Now we move to the call to action. As the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, mandated to oversee the ratification, domestication, and implementation of this groundbreaking instrument, I appeal to honorable parliamentarians across our continent to exercise your critical leadership in making this instrument a tangible reality for African women and girls. The time for decision and action is now, and your role as legislative champions is indispensable in this historical endeavor. I therefore specifically urge you to be the voice of change in your parliaments. Proactively educate your parliamentary colleagues on the Convention's transformative potential, emphasizing how it complements and strengthens existing frameworks like the Maputo Protocol to close critical protection gaps. Drive immediate ratification efforts. Leverage your political influence to fast-track ratification processes in your respective countries. Engaging executive branches, mobilizing cross-party support to mobilize this crucial human rights instrument. Mobilize whole of society engagement. Initiate national dialogue that bring together civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, youth movements, and survivor advocates to build unstoppable momentum for the Convention's adoption and implementation. Champion legislative reforms. Improve or support bills that align domestic laws with the Convention's provisions, ensuring your national legal frameworks meet its gold standards on prevention, protection, prosecution, and comprehensive redress. Exercise rigorous oversight. Hold your governments accountable by monitoring compliance with the GBV commitments, conducting parliamentary hearings on implementation gaps, and demanding transparent reporting on progress. Secure dedicated resources. I think it is important that we have the right resources to be able to implement the Convention. So collaborate with fellow parliamentarians across AU member states through regional networks and platforms like the Pan-African Parliament to create a unified front for universal ratification and consistent implementation. The Convention represents our collective promise to generations of African women and girls who deserve lives free from violence. As parliamentarians, you hold the power to transform this promise into reality through legislation, oversight, representation. Let us act with urgency and unity to ensure no woman or girl is left behind. I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Another loud Applause. I invite Ambassador Liberata Mlamula, Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security for the African Union Commission. She is the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security for the African Union Commission.
We need both or one. Honorable Chief Fortune Chalumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament.
Is your mic on?
There are two actually, Honorable President.
Thank you.
Maybe my height doesn't reach them. Honorable members of Parliament, esteemed guests, my dear colleague, Ambassador Janet, my dear brothers and sisters, I am originally from Tanzania, so Honorable President, allow me to greet in Swahili. Habari za asubuhi. Hamjambo.
Jambo, jambo, karibu.
Asante sana.
Karibu hapa Pan-African Parliament, karibu.
Asante sana, Honorable President, and salamu alaikum. Bonjour à tous.
Morning, everyone.
Yeah. It is my singular honor and pleasure to address this chamber in my new capacity as the AU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security. I see my placard is written Women, Peace and Youth. Okay, of course we carry also the youth. Honorable President, I want to thank you for giving me this early opportunity to address this Parliament as I assume my new role as a Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security. What a privilege. I greet you with deep respect and gratitude for the privilege to address this distinguished assembly. On behalf of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, and the Office of the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, Honorable President, honorable members, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to justice, equality, and the protection of women and girls across Africa. Honorable President, honorable members, let me say this is a defining moment for justice. We gather here under the African Union's theme, 2025 theme, Justice for Africans and Persons of African Descent through Reparations. This is not merely a theme, it is a call to action, a call to restore dignity, repair injustice, and ensure healing for generations, past, present, and future. But justice cannot truly prevail if half of our population, namely African women and girls, remain vulnerable to violence, exclusion, and marginalization. Honorable President, honorable members of Parliament, we just heard the presentation by my colleagues on the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Let me say, this is a continental milestone. As explained earlier this year, the AU Assembly adopted this historic African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, the first, I emphasize, the first legally binding framework dedicated to eradicating violence against women on our continent. This convention is grounded in the lived realities of African women and girls. It addresses women in conflict zones enduring sexual violence, girls forced into child marriages, survivors silenced by stigma and fear, communities yearning for justice long overdue. It obligates member states to prevent violence, protect survivors, prosecute perpetrators, and provide reparations. It reframes violence against women as not just a private misfortune, but a public crime undermining peace, development, and human dignity. Honorable President, honorable members of Parliament, what are the challenges we must confront? Despite progress, the statistics remain stark. 1 in 3 women in Africa faces violence in her lifetime. Sexual violence is weaponized in conflicts. Online assessment is escalating. Harmful practices such as FGM persist. As Nelson Mandela reminded us, I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression. We must accelerate this emancipation." End of quote. Honorable President, honorable members, this convention is not merely protective. It affirms women as leaders, mediators, and builders of peace. Across Africa, women have transformed in conflict reconciliation, from mediators in Liberia to grassroots activists in Sudan, to young girls defying harmful practices in Kenya. By ending violence, we unleash Africa's full potential for peace and prosperity. Honorable President, honorable members of Parliament, just after tomorrow, namely on 31st July 2025, across our continent, we'll be marking Africa's Women's Day, a day dedicated to recognizing and affirming the pivotal role of women's organizing in achieving Africa's political liberation and advancing the social and economic status of women. From the courageous women who mobilized during our struggles for independence to today's activists and peace builders, Africa Women's Day reminds us that the progress we celebrate is rooted in generations of women's resilience, solidarity, and leadership. Honorable President, honorable members of Parliament, this legacy calls upon us not only to honor their contribution, but to act decisively to protect and empower the women and girls of today. Advancing the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls is a direct continuation of these historic struggles for freedom, equality, and dignity. Honorable members, honorable President, honorable members, I wish now to join my colleague, Commissioner Janet, to call to action. Honorable members, your leadership is indispensable. As lawmakers and custodians of justice, we call on you to firstly advocate for swift ratification and emancipation of this convention. Secondly, we call upon you to secure resources for survivor support and prevention programs. And thirdly, we call on you to hold institutions accountable for implementation. And lastly, but more important, under your mandate, this Parliament can ensure that the convention moves from Addis Ababa to every village, to every town, and every capital across Africa. Honorable President, honorable members of Parliament, each day of inaction means another girl forced into marriage, another woman silenced by violence. As Dr. Dennis Mukwege warns, when we fail to protect women, we fail the society. When we fail to protect girls, we fail the future. Let us not fail the future. I therefore urge all member states to ratify this convention without delay, integrate its provision into national law, and of course, more importantly, fund its implementation. Honorable President, before you call me to order, our final words to justice, from words to justice. Honorable members, history will remember this Parliament. Let it be remembered as the institution that said enough is enough, that turned pledges into protection, and ensured that no African woman or girl will ever again live in fear. Justice must move beyond words and become reality. Let reparations begin here by safeguarding those who nurture life, build peace, and shape our future. One Africa, one voice. I thank you for your kind attention. Asanteni sana.
Asanteni sana. Thank you. Now the fourth and last before we go to debate. I'm not sure. Mine is to read. So if what I read doesn't come out the way you know, it's not my fault. Because it says, Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya, chairperson of the Women's Caucus, who is also commissioner and is a rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa. I don't know about being commissioner and other things, but chair of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya, can now make a presentation.
Très honorable Président du Parlement.
The President of the Pan-African Parliament, dear guests, ambassadors, I am Ambassador Liberata Mulula, Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security for African Union Commission, Madame Jeanette, Commissioner, Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, Madame Prudence, Director of for Gender, Women and Youth of the African Union, dear colleagues, parliamentarians, I am really honored and feel delighted to stand before you this morning so as to present the perspectives of the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament on the AU Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. The Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament is honored by the adoption by the Conference of the African Union in 2025 of the African Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. This convention is a decisive stride in the protection of rights and dignity, as well as security of women and girls in Africa. It falls in line with the continuity of the commitments of the continent specifically with regard to the Maputo Protocol, the Solemn Declaration on Equality or Gender Equality in Africa, and the 2063 Agenda. As an institution that has a mandate to represent the voices of the African people and to ensure the follow-up of the implementation of the AU and the Pan-African Parliament framework for women, reaffirm their commitment to promote the ratification, the domestication, and the effective implementation of this convention. In this light, the Pan-African Parliament would put to board its comparative advantage as a parliament in Africa so as to be able to mobilize the regional parliaments and the national parliaments in Africa, as well as parliamentarians, so as to plead for a wide-scale ratification of the protocol by the African Union member states, propose laws for the use of the protocol, specifically with regard to the mechanisms and data on women and girls, guaranteeing the allocation of resources for the implementation of the protocol, specifically by the setting up of a fund specifically for the public action, prevention, and response to violence against women at the national and regional level, promote parliamentary oversight, which is efficient, and ensure that there are policies in governments that are aimed at eradicating violence against women and promoting empowerment, sustainable empowerment of women, mobilizing our various constituencies, including local communities, civil society organizations, and citizens around the ideals and principles which uphold the protocol in order to have new strides and concrete actions for the elimination of violence against women and girls. These four parliamentary positions would come to uphold the initiatives that are institutional and lead to the achievements that are aimed at eliminating violence against women and promoting their empowerment. One, the past contributions for and ongoing contributions in the Pan-African Parliament for the elimination of violence against women. The Pan-African Parliament has been playing an active role in the promotion of justice in gender and in the fight against violence against women and girls. In this light, the Pan-African Parliament adopted key resolutions aimed at ratifying and domesticating the Maputo Protocol, condemning violence, gender-based violence, and calling for legal reforms as well as the enforcement for the rights of women at the national level to be respected. That is, get into partnership with the UN, the AU, and the civil society organizations to mobilize partners around their roles of combating female genital mutilation while focusing on the need to have more laws and ensure cooperation across the borders. With regard to female genital mutilation, the Pan-African Parliament succeeded in pleading before parliaments and governments in Africa to have introduced laws to combat female genital mutilation and other traditional practices by bringing in the Women's Caucus. The Pan-African Parliament regularly celebrates the African Women's Day and mobilizes women to come around their ideals to work in key domains like centers for rural education, higher education, free higher education for young girls, and teaching for adolescent mothers. The Pan-African Parliament, through the Women's Caucus in Parliament, analyzed the results of African parliaments in politics so as to be able to equip parliamentarians with regard to information in women's policies and to have knowledge on institutional, economic, and social obstacles faced by women, including online violence, media difficulties, and absence of funding. The women intend to organize a model law on gender equality and equity, which would link the member states of the African Union and would be a legal framework that would be a model for gender equality and equity in compliance with the legal instruments that are at the international, regional, or local levels. To enforce this model law, there would be need for provisions for the elimination of gender-based violence in all the spheres of life and of the society. 2, political violence and the participation of women, a call for action. The Women's Caucus calls attention to violence against women in the political domain, which is a major concern, like during the recent deliberations and the 15th conference of the Pan-African Parliament on the rights of the women. Violence against women, be it with regard to online abuse or other forms of exclusion, and aspects that lead to fear. The convention is therefore supposed to acknowledge political violence as a specific form of gender-based violence and involve the member states so that they can adopt laws that will protect women in the political arena, encourage national parliamentarians to reform the political parties and laws on political funding and the electoral process of leaders. The Women's Caucus upholds efforts to garner and analyze data that is based on sex, age, place, and handicap, and encourages the creation of mechanisms for educating the media with regard to stereotypes and misinformation. 3, violence online violence, a new battleground. In the digital domain, women are increasingly exposed to cases of abuse, threats, and harassment online. These attacks often have real consequences, but they are hardly catered for. The Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament will continue to work for the assistance of member states so as to have efficient measures to combat violence and abuses that are facilitated by the use of ICTs in compliance with the AU and the model law on women, which would eradicate technological violence that is gender-based, the promotion, the adoption, and the implementation of national laws on cybercrime, and the regulation of platforms which protect women's rights online. This has to be ensured for the institutional strengthening and provision of funds. The convention stipulates gender-based budgeting for financial mechanisms have not been stated, although there's the explicit need for financial resources. It it's incumbent on parliamentarians to take proactive measures so as to ensure that the budget process and budget oversight focus on the implementation. 5, towards follow-up and responsibility at the continental level, the Women's Caucus wishes to have the creation of a Pan-African Observatory on Women in charge of following up on the implementation of the Convention and instruments that are related to the African Union, following up on the trends with regard to gender-based violence, and this through an African Index of Gender Equality, share on the progress, data, and best practices among states. Give public acknowledgement or a prize to leaders or institutions that are exemplary. We also call for the strengthening of partnerships with African Union institutions and the regional economic community so as to harmonize the mechanisms for the follow-up and the legislative process at the national and regional levels. 6, education as a structural tool for prevention. Education has been seen as a central theme, and this was the case in Jamena in 2024 in the Pan-African Women's Day. The convention is supposed to focus on free and inclusive access to education, specifically for girls in the rural areas, support to pregnant students and to adolescent mothers, educative and health infrastructure that are sensitive to gender, the inclusion of women with disabilities in the education policy, relay or link the continental and the regional agenda, ensure that the continental vision of Africa falls in line with the human rights, and strengthen the Maputo Protocol on women's rights in Africa, the 2063 agenda of the African Union, which focuses on an Africa that is free of all forms of gender-based violence. The Sustainable Development Objective, which calls on the elimination of all forms of violence against women and girls in the public and private spheres. The Beijing 25 Declaration and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Violence and Discrimination Against Women reaffirms the global commitment for justice and gender. 8, and conclusion, the Women's Caucus and the Pan-African Union reaffirms the African Union Convention on Elimination of Violence Against Women, which is not only a legal instrument, but it is a tool for the protection of dignity and equity. We commit ourselves to plead for a ratification and a domestication that is prompt and popularization so as to be able to uphold the drafting of the model law on equality and on gender equality and equity, coordinate with national and international partners, civil society associations, and communities so as to promote legal or legislative reforms that are inclusive, institutionalize 5 days of activity on violence against women, and work on the Convention for Justice and the Freedom in favor of gender, put an end to gender-based violence against women and girls. This is not a feminine responsibility, but it is an action for leadership and justice. It is a moral obligation for all, and I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Another loud applause for him. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
I shall now allow debate on the presentations. Can we set our 3-minute timing for those contributing? Our IT, can we set the 3-minute timer? Now, for those that I'll call out names, some of you completed a form which has different topics. The names appear on some on model law. So sometimes you registered because you wanted to speak on model law, or you wanted to speak on this debate on the elimination of violence. So it's up to you to say, no, you did not register for this debate. Please reserve my name for the debate on the model law, on equality, justice, and the rest. Don't just debate because your name has been called out. The first to register, but this one has withdrawn for model law. They've sent a message that the honorable member intends to debate on the model law, so then move to number 2. Number 1 wants to debate on model law, so we move to number 2, Honorable Danson Mungatana, Kenya.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the opportunity to debate on the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Your Excellency, the 4 pillars of this convention are listed as prevention, protection, prosecution, and policy implementation. For the people and the women of Africa and the girls of Africa, for them to really get the benefit of the protection of their rights, the convention in Article 14 has designated the African Commission on Human and People's Rights as the body that will interpret these violations against women. But there is a problem, a very big problem. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights has thrown Article 59, Subarticle 1 on the face of the African women and girls when they come before them seeking justice. They have interpreted that section to protect states by saying everything here in the commission is secret. And I'm happy the Vice Chair is here to hear that this Parliament is saying we want the commission to be transparent, to be open. Because what happens, Mr. President, is that today, if you sue Kenya for violations of the women's and girls' rights, and you go before that commission, what they do, all your pleadings are made secret. You are not supposed to even use those pleadings for purpose of advocacy. So how are we protecting the women of Africa, the girls of Africa, in that manner? Mr. President, something is wrong with this commission. The lawyers who are practicing around that space are complaining day and night, and the commission is silent. There are decisions which are being awaited since 2023 to date. No decision is being published by this commission. And they are here telling us this commission is doing fine. It is not doing fine. Because the women and the girls of Africa, when they take their states before this commission
I allow you 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. President, this commission is protecting the states against the women and the girls of Africa. It is not publishing even the cause list. It is not publishing its decisions. They are not being transparent at all. And this is not helping the fight for the rights of the girls of Africa and the women of Africa. Mr. President, if you look at that Maputo Convention, Article 7D, it talks about where there is separation or dissolution of marriage, there's supposed to be equitable division of that property. The Commission has not come out to define what equitable means. This means, therefore, across Africa, there are different interpretations. Some courts are saying, you are staying at home, you get nothing. And it is the Commission which is supposed to be protecting the women of Africa. They have said nothing about that. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice, ECCJ decisions, the ones that are involving Niger, the ones involving Nigeria, these decisions have come to say that a rape of a woman is not, it's a private matter. It is not a public matter. It is not discrimination. Now this is against global human rights standards. The Commission has kept quiet about these decisions. Mr. Speaker, this Commission needs to do a reformation within itself. It needs to look at itself if really they are going to fight for the rights of the African woman and the girl child, and to make this convention a reality. Mr. President, this commission, which has been appointed as the lead mechanism for enforcement, it must wake up. The court, the only case that it has referred to the African Court of Justice is only one. The one against the Ogieks, the Kenyan case against the Ogieks. But for the African women and the girls, this mechanism has a problem. This secrecy, they must remove it. And they must come out loudly to protect the rights of widows when inheritance happens, and the rights to inherit when widowhood happens, the rights of women when dissolution of marriage happens. They are not doing it. And here in this parliament, you will be told the truth, because members of parliament, we are not like heads of states. We are not restricted. We will tell you the truth. You need to go back and check.
Now I let you continue beyond the extra 1 minute, because you are bringing a lot of issues which I may call uncharted waters. And when you respond, those that will respond, including the Commission, I think the point of equity, I think you need to be very clear. Because equity may mean one party or woman receives zero. Because equity will imply it's not equality. Equal and equity. Equity is proportional to your contribution. That's equity. It's proportional to your contribution. So if you married this rich person and you brought nothing, you may be entitled to nothing. Yet equal, whether you came with nothing, but you were a spouse, you still receive equal. Even if you didn't go to any work, you just be every year within the compound every day. The other one works very hard. You still divide or distribute the property equally. So I think I'm also interested in, what do you mean by equity? Equity means you take what you brought. Your contribution is what you should get. Anyway, The next to debate is Honorable Yoba Baude, Senegal. Not in the chamber. Sorry?
Okay. C'est bon, c'est bon.
C'est bon. The next take the floor, Honorable Fatoumata Njai, Mrs. And from Gambia. Absent. The next take the floor will be Honorable Fama Ba, Senegal.
Okay. Thank you, dear President, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Excellencies, dear colleagues. Good morning. I am Fama Ba from Senegal. Now I would like to raise our voice again to talk about violence done to women and girls in Africa. And okay.
Wondering, is this person debating from outside? Because I could not see you. Yeah, thank you for standing up.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I said that African women should raise their voices against injustice, against violence done to them, and the Pan-African Parliament should be the first place where we have to solve our problems, we African women. We should now act by settling lawyers that should go in these ways. I would like to ask the President, right now, I think that you should help us, African women, to solve these problems we have within parental authorities. If you have a, if you have a son or a daughter, you have not the right as a woman to travel with him without the acceptance of the father. And this is a problem for the children. I asked already that we should eradicate the African problems. Woman is in the beginning and in the end of all important things in the world. Women and men should be together for better life. They are in complementarity field. Women should not fighting against a woman. Violence should be avoided here in Africa, forever in the world. Dear uncles, dear brothers, dear fathers, we are your daughters, we are your wives, and we are your nephews. You should have to protect us. You should not have to be or to give us violence. That's not that's abnormal. And you say that, and I would have to say, without women, the world will be nothing. Let's respect women.
One more minute.
I ask our fathers, as you are, our uncles and our brothers to respect women, because we are in the beginning and the end of the world. And we have also to become a famous continent. You should respect women. To develop Africa, we should respect women with dignity and sovereignty. Leave Senegal, leave the United States of Africa, leave the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next to take the floor is Honorable Therese Faye, Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the floor. I should like to thank and congratulate the presenters, the representative of the African Union, the ambassador, and the chairperson of the Women's Caucus. I should like to share an experience from Senegal. In Senegal, concerning violence against women, a law was voted criminalizing rape and pedophilia. And today, this has been implemented in the country. I think it's an experience that countries should share to realize what women are experiencing. Violence can be physical, it can be emotional. In Africa, we experience sociological realities. Sometimes, even if women is a victim of violence, she does not reveal it. So I support the ratification of this protocol supported by PAP and call upon states to elaborate strategies to help this situation. When I speak about moral violence, you can have qualities and you can be competent, and then you are told that this is not your place. This happens in Africa. I think that political will has to be expressed. If a woman is a victim of violence very early, that limits her development and her professional development. This is what I wanted to say, Mr. President, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Professor Randa of Egypt. Professor Randa, Egypt, take the floor.
First, thank you. I want to thank you, my dear President, to give me the chance to express and share in the debate about the elimination of violence against women in Africa. First, I want to thank all speakers who expressed their deeply hearted wishes to end violence against girls and women in Africa who suffers in silence. Violence against women and girls remains one of the most serious...
Stand up, Honorable Randa, please.
Yes, thank you. Violence against women and girls remain one of the most serious and widespread human rights violations in Africa. Despite progress in legislation and advocacy, millions of women continue to face physical, emotional, and economic harm. The adoption of the AU Protocol on the elimination of violence against women and girls in February 25 represents a historic opportunity for African nations to unite in protecting and empowering half of our population. As such, I firmly express my support for the ratification and swift implementation of these vital instruments. I promise to take it back home, Egypt, and doing my best supporting its ratification and to protect our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Randa. Next, take the floor is Honorable Masamba Dieng, Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, honorable members of Parliament. Violence against women and girls is a human right violation, and it is a major obstacle to the objectives of equality between men and women. It is more than ever urgent for Parliament to commit to the ratification of the Maputo Protocol. This is a fundamental instrument that speaks about protection of women against all forms of violence. In that way, we will have the implementation of the law that is efficient and that will guarantee the safety and fundamental freedom of our girls and wives. The most vulnerable part of the population is women. We have to stop the injustice. We have the moral obligation to commit to this ratification. We need to act against all forms of violence against girls and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sakata Tawab Gary. DRC.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I'll be very brief because the colleague of Kenya has already mentioned most of what I wanted to say. I should like to recognize the relevance of contributions from earlier, and I recognize the rights of human rights, especially the rights of women and girls. Eradicating violence against women and girls is something that I am a defender of. The Pan-African Parliament has been a protector of the rights of women and girls. But my concern, given everything that I have heard until now, is to find out whether our system of protection for women and girls is not equivalent to the Western world. There are problems of consistency in our official documents because often we are transposing rules that often come from official documents from the West. This is why I should like to ask the following question. How can we reconcile emancipation of women and girls in Africa, their freedom and their rights, but at the same time not lose sight of the originality of our cultures? This is the main question I should like to ask, because I haven't felt that in the various contributions that I have heard so far. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The floor now moves to Honorable Fagnon Benin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I would like to reassure you. Most of us have children, and often more daughters than sons. When we look at the statistics of births, there are more girls that are born today, and they are more clever, more intelligent than boys. So be careful when we will be in a company where 80% of women fill positions. What will we do? Before the reforms of the partisan system, I I have twice introduced a woman to be the chairperson of a community. And several people contacted me to say, how can a woman be the chairperson or president of a community? Following the speech of Patrice Talon, the constitution was revised. Electoral constitution was revised. We have imposed positions for women. We went from 5 women in parliament to 9. So be reassured. We have a model law in our country. Since 2011, we have already had a law to criminalize violence against women. We also have taken measures to improve the protection of women. We also have a women's institution. We decided to consider the Beijing program, and we look at statistics, and often there are crimes that are severely punished. The convention was adopted in February 2025. We are almost in August. What I fear is that you take 2 years to ratify this document. I am challenging you. We are ready to ratify this convention. It needs to be ratified very quickly in our parliaments. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Number 10 on the list, she did indicate that she may not be in the chamber on account of poor health. Esther Passaris, I believe she's not in the chamber. The next presenter then is Honorable Elizabeth Masuku, Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to debate on this critical issue. Mr. President, AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls have been largely positive, highlighting its potential to drive meaningful change. Mr. President, women and girls in Africa, they deserve a better life. To end violence against women and girls, we should have laws that criminalize all forms of violence, ensuring justice for women and girls. Mr. President, women must be empowered, women and girls, economically and socially, to reduce their vulnerability. We must engage men and boys as champions in preventing violence and promoting respectful in relationships. We should also engage community leaders to shift social norms and build a culture of respect and equality, especially traditional leaders. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next to take the floor is Honorable Vololo Mboa Hangi Tsiri Niaina Narendra, Mrs. from Madagascar.
Je passe, Monsieur le Président. C'était hier que j'avais demandé la parole.
Are you in the chamber?
Yesterday I asked for the floor. I'm sorry, sir, I wouldn't take it. I asked for the floor yesterday, not today, sir.
Good. Next to take the floor is Honorable Maria Rosa Antonina Gilberta Chipinge Escavallo, Mrs. Angola.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished speakers, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. The Pan-African Parliament cannot remain indifferent to the African Union Conference on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Here we need to reflect on the fact that violence against women and girls is frequently the result of a combination of factors, including gender inequality, discrimination, lack of access to education and economic opportunities, as well as social and cultural norms that perpetuate violence. How can we prevent violence against women and girls? The prevention of violence against women and girls can be achieved through education and sensitization, promoting gender equality, supporting the victims of violence, as well as work within the communities to change cultural norms such as feminine genital mutilation. Men also play a crucial role in ending violence against women and girls, as they can help us to promote a culture of respect and equality, as well as challenge social norms and patriarchal norms, and help women and children. The violence against women and children requires also psychological and legal assistance, so they would require access to health services, also legal assistance and shelter, safe shelter. We need stronger laws as well as policies that promote the equality of women and criminalize violence against women and children. These are fundamental to end violence, and these laws can cover domestic violence, sexual harassment, as well as policies promoting gender equality in the workplace and society in general. And we, women in this parliament, are the face of all the women in our country, in our continent. One Africa, one voice. Thank you very much.
Obrigado. Next to take the floor is Honorable Alet da Vistigacio Francisco E. Castro Borges, Angola.
Muito obrigada. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and my apologies. I did not put my name down for this theme. I wanted to speak on the model law on gender equality, not for this issue.
We will remember your name under model law debate Next, take the floor, Honorable Siwongile H. Mamba, Mrs. from Eswatini.
Thank you. Thank you, President. The issue of CEDAW, it's a long process, and it has decades. But what we are realizing is that where many policies are in place, but they are not being implemented. Another problem is that we have programs in place, but due to lack of funds, those programs that were established after the Beijing conference, they have elapsed. If not elapsed, you find that the governments are not funding them anymore. So it's a matter of going back to find out if we can help establish those programs. What can be done is also that the skills development, the skills were meant for women and girls. What I think is that we should involve all men, women, and youth and girls for the skills development, because they will assist everyone to generate income or even start their own businesses. I think also if we would involve men in the programs, it will help, because at the moment, as we speak, maybe we find that we speak of girls and women, the men feel that they are not involved. As a result, you find that even those who want to support the women programs feel that those are women's things, we are not involved. But if we can involve them, we can find that they can talk on our behalf. Some will even advocate for us as women. Another point is that let us make CEDAW an everyday activity in the community, at national level, so that by the time we sit down on our conventions, everyone will know what CEDAW is all about. And the last point is that some men will mock CEDAW because they feel that they are not involved. By involving them, it will help us to reach our objectives, as they have been said or mentioned earlier. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, take the floor is Honorable Abdul Salam Homa, Mauritania. Abdesalam Horma. Okay. Next is Honorable Epmo Chidziva, Zimbabwe. He's not here.
He's not well, Mr. President.
He's not well.
Thank you.
The flu. Next is Honorable, we missed earlier, is now in the chamber, Honorable Fatamata Njai, Mrs. of the Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity, and my apologies for coming late. Mr. President, I would applaud the presenter for this very special convention. I think it is a unique convention by the African Union, and I am proud to say that my country, the Gambia, have signed on the 18th of July during the 17th Media Coordination Meeting in Malabo, alongside 5 other African countries that deserve to be named: Liberia, Djibouti, DRC, Angola, and Burundi. I think this is unique, like I said, because it provides a safer and equitable future for our women and girls, free of violence in the continent. This gives over 50.8% of the continental population a safe environment, and I think it needs to be applauded. But, Mr. President, we shouldn't just stop at signing. I urge Gambia and all other 5 countries that have signed not to only leave it at signing, because it needs to be ratified and it must be domesticated into our local laws, because countries like my country, without it being domesticated, it will not be effective. So we are urging, we are all honorable members, lawmakers in our respective countries, and if we go back, before we come back here in September, I appeal all members to make sure that their respective countries sign and start the ratification as well as the domestication process in our respective countries. We should not wait and sit and start counting this convention plus 5, conventions plus 20, like we have done with the Beijing plus 30. Beijing is 30 years last year, and what have we achieved? We are still crying, we are still calling for support. So, Honorable President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my dear fellow colleague honorables, I urge us all, when we go back to our countries, when we come back here, to start counting that not only 6 countries have signed, but the whole of the African continent have signed in respect of our dear women and daughters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When, by the way, when was Beijing? Which year?
30 years ago.
Sorry? When was Beijing? She made a very important point. Despite Beijing, we are still crying. So I'm saying, when was the Beijing conference? Which year? You, the experts, you should have this on your
1995 was Beijing.
1995?
Yes.
95. And the Pope was born 2004. So Beijing is older than Pope. Yes. So why are we crying after how many years now? 30. 30 years. We are still crying. So all the presenters, when you respond, you should refer to this issue of, despite Beijing, we are still crying. Next, take the floor, Honorable Senator Stuki Motsa, Kingdom of Eswatini.
Thank you, Excellency, Honorable President, for giving me the opportunity to add a voice on this convention. Honorable President, I wish to state that I had the opportunity to contribute to this AU unique convention representing women with disabilities in Africa. This convention closes all the gaps that were there in the legislations and other conventions that were dealing with women issues. It covers the legal, the psychosocial, etc. It also covers culture. It covers violence caused by culture. And as we all know, that culture is very oppressive to women in different ways. And it also specifically addresses the needs of women with disabilities. This convention recognizes that women and girls with disabilities face multiple forms of vulnerabilities and are at the risk of violence. It also mandates states to take specific measures to protect them from all forms of violence, discrimination, and exploitation, and to provide them with tailored support services. I'd like to urge member states to ratify this convention and then domesticate it, as it is not just a legal obligation on the member states, but also a moral obligation to everyone. I submit.
Thank you, Professor Mahmoud Anadif Yusuf, Chad.
شكرا.
I thank you, Mr. President. In fact, the African Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls is a very important legal and historical step toward building a continent which is more safe for women and more just, taking into account our own African values and our own rich cultures. This convention aims at putting a binding framework to protect women and girls from all forms of psychological, economic, sexual violence in public and private arena without any results or any negative impacts on our own cultures. And here we have to provide psychological and legal support for victims as well, and also to raise or to launch awareness campaign that would respect local context. And these campaigns should contribute to changing mindsets in order to protect women against violence. The acceleration of ratification and implementation of this convention is a real test for our commitment, Africa's commitment to human rights in harmony with its own identity, the African identity. I have some questions here I would like to pose to the presenters. First, how would we achieve balance between the legal commitments of the convention while respecting cultural and social aspects of our local African communities? Second, what are the mechanisms proposed by the African Union in order to guarantee the implementation, the actual implementation of the convention in the member states, and not only to be ink on paper? Third, this convention, does it include engagement of religious and traditional leaders in the efforts of raising awareness in the societies and communities, as they are really main players in our African communities? Fourth, what is the level of readiness of judicial systems and social systems in the African countries in order to respond to cases of violence based on what is included in the convention? Fifth, how would we engage women and girls themselves, especially in rural areas, in the field of decision-making and to implement all programs concerned that is related to the convention? Sixth, is there a periodical follow-up or reports in order to hold the countries that are not committed accountable? Seventh and last question, what is the role of the African youth, men and women, in fighting against violence within this new framework of this convention that we would really like to take into account our own cultural and religious norms in order for this law to be really realistic and practical? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next is Honorable Hallo Mohammed Ibrahim, Djibouti.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. I wish to commend the different persons who spoke before me and commend the President of the Caucus for her brilliant and enriching presentation. As you are all aware, women and girls have specific needs as they are exposed to all sorts of discriminations. So we need to include participative gender when we take into consideration handicaps in policies for the needs of women and girls. We shouldn't exclude women and girls with special needs because they face additional hurdles daily. We need to understand women and girls with special needs and give them all the help they need. Laws and conventions exist, but we need to step up the protection of these women who daily face discriminations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Rosemary, Honorable Rosemary Bangura, Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. And I also want to commend all the presenters today to this all-important topic of ending violence against women. Mr. President, I rise today with a deep sense of purpose and solidarity to contribute to this presentation and debate on the African Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls, adopted by our heads of state and governments in January 2025. This convention is historic and moral commitment by our continent to end all forms of violence that continue to undermine the dignity, safety, and potential of African women and girls. It builds upon the aspiration of the Agenda 2063 and the Maputo Protocol and other collective values enshrined in the African Charter of Human Rights and People's Rights. However, our country, Sierra Leone, are yet to sign, but in recent years, the Parliament of Sierra Leone has passed strong legislative frameworks aimed at eliminating violence against women and girls in this, and these include the Sexual Offences Act amended in 2019, which tightened penalties for sexual crimes and removed timeline limitation on persecution. The Cybersecurity Crime Act 2021, which addresses online abuse, including image-based sexual violence and harassment. The Gender Equality and Women Empowerment Act 2022. The Customary Land Rights Act, which tackles the root cause of economic violence by granting equal land rights to women, especially in rural areas and customary setting. However, legislative reform is only the first step. The real test lies in the implementation, enforcement, and survivor support and cultural change. We must invest in prevention, protect our survivors, prosecute the offenders, and promote education that transform mindsets and behaviors from the grassroots to national leadership. This AU Convention is therefore not only timely, it is urgent. It provides a continental platform to standardize protection, enhance collaboration, and uphold each other accountable. Mr. President, I call on all members here today present to work with our national government to ratify, domesticate, and implement the convention. Let us align our national action plans with these provisions and ensure our parliaments have the tools and resources needed to perform effective oversights. Because Africa cannot rise while its women and girls are living in fear. This convention signals our resolve to create a continent where no woman or girl is unsafe, unheard, or unseen. Let us rise to this challenge together. I know African women will be liberated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, take the floor, Honorable Lofi Hamami, Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, in fact, violence against women in Africa is a complicated issue, and it's multidimensional. It needs coordination and effort from all governments and international organizations in order to address the root causes of violence, also to provide the protection for them. There's domestic violence, sexual violence, there's female genital mutilation. So, also, the insufficiency of laws, the laws concerned, those are all challenges we have to work on in Tunisia. Violence against women is a very important issue. Tunisia has taken very important steps in order to address this challenge through enacting of laws and providing support for victims. The African Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls is really important. It is a legal tool, a comprehensive legal tool, which would enhance cooperation among us all African countries in the field of protection of women. And here I call upon all my colleagues here, MPs, to work on enacting laws and legislations in their countries to protect women against violence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for being so brief. So next take the floor is Honorable Khadija, Morocco.
I thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to congratulate my colleagues from the men here, MPs. In fact, I felt great enthusiasm in their interventions to support the African women. I found support in their interventions against violence against women. I would like also to congratulate the interventions from women from the African Union and also from the chair of the Women Caucus. They touched upon several issues and problems being faced by African women. I'm here today. I will be optimistic because I see today here the PAP. I see now here we are moving from words to actions. I see ourselves moving from just talking and defending African women in discussions now into formulating laws that would really protect women. This convention to eliminate violence against women and girls that was adopted by the Assembly in February 2025. We see here today our African Parliament is, and here we congratulate our African Parliament that it's involved in order to put legislations, so to move also from words to really protecting women. I would like to congratulate you, President, personally for this session that would translate this African action. Now it's a model, it's an example that the African Parliament is really working for all African countries, women and men. I would like also to thank the Gender Committee to which I belong, because 2 days ago we were discussing the model law for gender equality and equity. This entity, the PAP, that is really concerned with its peoples. Now today it is an example. I salute you. I congratulate you for this. I congratulate the African Union as well for all the efforts exerted that really stand a testament to our work, that we, men and women, would work together to achieve equality and to achieve equity. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next, take the floor. And then, for your information, after this one, then we go the last one. Honorable Safia Elmi Jibril, Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me permettre d'intervenir.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the floor. I would like to say Assalamu alaikum to all parliamentarians present in this hall. I am very pleased to be here. I would like to begin by thanking my sister from Gambia who took the floor before me and who spoke about the signing of the convention. It is obvious that Djibouti is one of the early countries, members of the African Union, who signed this convention on the elimination of violence against women on the 14th of April 2025 during the Conference of Heads of States, and decided to ratify this convention during the next parliamentary sitting in Djibouti in October. We would like to encourage other countries to follow suit. I would like, Mr. President, say that you said a moment ago you wondered how long we are going to keep weeping after the Beijing conference. And I believe that if no actions are taken, concrete actions at that, on our continent, we shall keep weeping even 30 years down the line. I do not have hopes that this would be the case, but I have such fears. I would like to share an experience with you, probably something which would encourage other countries. In Djibouti, in 2007, we set up what we call a unit actually for surveillance and listening to women who are victims of gender-based violence. Laws have been enacted to this end in our country. In this unit, we have lawyers who work on a pro bono basis. We equally have medical doctors and legal minds. We also have psychologists to provide support to women and girls who are victims of violence. Since the creation of the center and all laws that have been adopted in favor of this center, gender-based violence have reduced in our country by half. If we wait for people to take action on our behalf, we'll be waiting for too long. I believe that women need to take their destiny in their own hands and make sure that they carry out actions which can be helpful to their sisters. These centers are set up in the hinterlands of our respective countries where women can go and speak confidently about their problems. We have the Ministry of Women Empowerment, which has proposed a number of laws which have been incorporated in the Family Code. We equally have the Penal Code, which manages issues pertaining to gender-based violence. So we women need to take strict action and intervene at the level of our parliaments to accomplish outcomes. I can let you know that in Djibouti, women are feared by men because the men fear that these women can sue them, and they know that justice would be done. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that model, the model in Djibouti. I think that your model needs to be studied further. The model where the community have experts, they have some lawyers and everybody. I think it's a good model, which means localized. Localized. Next to take the floor is Honorable Laila from Morocco.
And thank you, Mr. President. From my part, also would like to continue thanking all the ladies who made these statements, and especially with regard to this AU Convention on the Elimination of Violence. According to my knowledge, this convention was made by a historic decision of the AU Head of States and governments during 2023. And we consider it a very important moment for the history of African women. Definitely, we are supporting this initiative. And what make it special is that it is based on a specific and important African Union instruments like the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well as the UN Development Degrees and the 2036 Convention. As for my dear sisters who are representing the African Union, I'd like to say that all the conventions and agreements of the African Union are faced by delay in terms of ratification. We are here in 2025, and I know a long time will take to ratify the conventions after the head of state have agreed on it. So what we want to do is to find a way is to mobilize all the member states to do it. Let us make use of our efforts as collective women in the different countries. As a head of Youth Caucus in the Pan-African Parliament, here I'd like to call all my group of youth, African young girls who are representing the majority of the population of the continent. Let us make use of their efforts. These young girls really are suffering, and they are facing problems that we feel ashamed of having it during the time that we have the AI and all these developments. FGM shouldn't be in any part of the African continent. We are really very happy with this convention, and I consider it a great achievement. So let us move it from an achievement on paper to reality. For us as politicians, let us unify to defend it and to take the reality on board. A big number of women in the different African continents are suffering of extremism, and many people are just considering the women as a means of war, and others who do not want women to even to advance and take a higher position in the scales of governments. For us here, we don't have a woman to come to chair the Pan-African Parliament. What is the problem of not having a woman to be the president of Pan-African Parliament? In fact, what we want to say is that we call our national parliaments to put their efforts to ratify this convention and then go ahead to change the mindsets. Woman is a human being that is being respected in all traditions and religions. She is capable of providing, and she is also more transparent and transparency in issues of managing many issues. Let us change our mindsets and support women and put our trust on our girls and women. What we wanted from this AU convention, as we have seen, is the defense of women, of men. In the past, we used to work alone, but right now we have men with us. Thank you very much.
Please, no more requests for the floor. Honorable Rahab Wachira from Kenya. And the time, I think, is over. The 3-minute timer is not functioning. People are speaking for 20 minutes. Take the floor, Honorable Wachira.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about the gender issue. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the committee for the good job. And I also appreciate because they came to Nairobi, and that is where they were doing this model law. Our objective, and this law aims to promote gender equality and equity across all sectors, prohibit all forms of gender-based discrimination, provide mechanism for enforcement, redress, and accountability, advance the empowerment of women and marginalized genders. And Mr. President, I want members to understand that when we are talking about gender, men are included in this because we have men who are marginalized. Share the rights and obligation is to make sure that all persons are equal before the law and entitled to equal protection and benefit of the law. Equal access to education, health care, employment, land inheritance, credit, and justice shall be guaranteed. Because you know, Honorable President, majority of women, they don't have title deeds for lands. They are entitled to have. We also need to have affirmative action for the gender equality. Like in our country, Kenya, we have affirmative action where we have only women who vies for the county MPs. We also have nominated MPs and in a county assembly where we have nominated to reach to that gender rule. In Kenya, in our constitution, we have something we call to that gender rule. So I would also urge people in this parliament to come and do benchmarking in Nairobi, in our parliament. Even in our Senate, we have to that gender rule. Temporary measures may be adopted to accelerate, particularly for women and marginalized groups. These measures shall not be deemed discriminatory. Protection from gender-based violence. Every individual has the right to live free from gender-based violence. The state, our state in Kenya, shall ensure prevention, protection, prosecution, and rehabilitation. We need to monitor the implementation of this law, and I really want to thank the chair of this gender in this parliament for the good work done. Thank you, Mr. President.
This one came very late, just now. But you'll be the last. Honorable Hamdani Baku, I think this is Comoros.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
J'avais voulu...
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 minutes to share with the members of Parliament from the African continent the situation which prevails in the Comoros. I would like to know, after I share my experience, if the same obtains in your respective countries. As you know, dear members of Parliament, in Comoros, we did not wait for the Beijing Convention, nor other laws to protect the Comorian woman. Our traditions themselves, our customary laws, our cultural models protect the Comorian woman. And I would give you an example to show you how specific and peculiar our country is. Do you know in Comoros, a man owns nothing? I would explain. A simple example which is quite straight to the point. For instance, you see a boy and a girl from the same family. If death knocks at the door of their parents, all the wealth goes to the girl. I do not know if that happens in other countries. All of the wealth left by the parents, that is the land, the money, and all the goods owned by the parents would be handed over to the girls. Men in Comoros are complaining about marginalization. We have a female MP from Comoros here who can confirm my statement. Another example from Comoros. It is the only country, or one of the lone countries on the African continent, where a woman has the right to not only go to school, but to come back and look after her family with the right to own a house without even spending the least dime. I do not know if that happens in your respective countries, so this is an efficient way of protecting women. And I do not know if the same obtains in your respective countries. If that is the case, kindly share your specific examples with other African countries so that we can know whether or not we are the only ones who are deprived of all of what we have in favor of women. So this is the experience I wanted to share with you. And we preserve family heritage in our country. Our country is a bit specific because if you see a woman being harassed or attacked on the streets, all those who are bypassers would see this and intervene immediately to protect the woman. So this is a traditional way to protect our mothers, our sisters, and a traditional way of protecting our future wives. And that is why I would invite all African women to go and find husbands in Comoros. It's the ideal place for women to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was good that you registered at least even his last one, because you had some unique points.
Please, point of order.
Point of order.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I would like to say, in fact, is a practical proposal. I would like the Pan-African Parliament to consider that every time we receive conventions, agreements, and laws, that we have to be asked to ask our countries to ratify them.
Because we debated and closed now. So is this a new debate? How does it come in? You didn't register to say anything? No. You didn't register to say anything. So what are we doing now? Yeah. What is this called?
In fact, it is a proposal with regard to all the conventions, model laws, and agreements that we are making here in the Pan-African Parliament. We are all asked to work on them in our national parliaments to ratify them.
In terms of the rules, once the chair says order, you take your seat. If I say order, you take your seat. Yes. And you know, I'm allowing you because you are elderly, a man of wisdom in the chamber. But I just want to say, in terms of procedure, debates now are closed. In terms of procedure, we have closed the debate. If you feel you left out something, maybe the best way is to write some notes and give to the chair of the Women's Caucus, who's going to take the floor in responding, so that we don't open another chapter of debate. But my wisdom tells me that you are a man of wisdom. Can you speak for 1 minute only? Don't go round and round. We should do it. Tell us, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I want is that anytime we receive a convention, protocol, or an agreement, the Pan-African Parliament should provide us with the list of the countries or the member states that have ratified or signed it to enable us to know the position of our countries, whether they have ratified, signed, or not.
Thank you.
I shall now allow debate on the. Oh, no, it's not debate yet. I shall now allow, yes, debate, then reply. Now it is debate. Members. No, we are confused. You have confused me. Saharawi, you have confused me. Now it's time for responses. And I want to appeal to all those that are going to respond. No more than 2 minutes. We have another presentation before lunch. It's now 12:20. We'll have to entertain another presentation, another round of debate, and again, yet you want to go for lunch at 1 o'clock. So those that respond from where you are seated, 1 minute, 2 minutes, you are done. But answer the issue of equity, answer the issue of the allegation that you are simply defending member states, you are not defending women. Yeah. In whatever order, can you respond?
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Honorable President, I think before responding, I would like to just commend all honorable members for the overwhelming support and enthusiasm and that has been expressed for the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. We're really encouraged by the overwhelming support. And even those who raise issues never said the convention is not a landmark instrument and it's not transformative, but seek clarification. I think, Honorable President, I think before going to the issue of equity and the allegations leveled against the African Commission, I'll also like to address the issue of how does this convention sit within the cultural values of Africa, because it came out in so many of the interventions. But when I was doing my presentation, I drew attention to Article 6, which provides the guiding principles for interpretation and enforcement, and mandates that respect for human rights and fundamental freedom. Adoption of a victim-centered approach is one. Survivors and victims have to be at the center. But most importantly, a multi-stakeholder bottom-up strategy. I think this is something that is provided for in the convention, equality before the law for all regardless of identity. So actually the convention itself calls for multi-stakeholder. And what does this mean? And bottom-up strategy, starting from the communities. In fact, that is why in the call to action, it was clear that we had said that honorable members should initiate national dialogues that bring together all stakeholders, including traditional and religious leaders, the youths, the survivors, and civil society. So everybody, no one is left behind. So the cultural values that we talk about are actually taken on board. Positive masculinity, and this follows the protocol, the Maputo Protocol, which actually promotes positive cultural context. But let me come straight to the allegations that are leveled against the African Commission in terms of the accountability mechanism and Article 59.1 that is mentioned by the honorable member from Kenya. Thank you very much for raising a very pertinent issue. Honorable President, you said these are uncharted waters. But for us at the African Commission, these are waters that have been charted a long time ago. In fact, the African Commission is one of the premier organs of the AU that works very closely with the citizens of the continent. In fact, the way we do our work actually embraces not only member states, but citizens. When we have our sessions, what we call our ordinary public sessions, they are preceded by an NGO forum made up of citizens of the continent, women rights defenders, human rights defenders, who actually sit and deliberate, and commissioners take part in those
There is a danger
processes.
that you will take a lot of time.
No, I will just...
in the way you are presenting.
Yes, I will...
Just hit the points. If there are any allegations, respond to the allegation, we move to the next.
That's what I'm doing. I just want to explain the way we do our work. So we work very closely with the citizens of the continent. With regard to, the resolutions that are adopted at the NGO forum actually fit into the commission, and we actually deliberate on those and adopt them. But most importantly, coming to Article 59.1, because that's the crux of the complaint that the honorable member raised. And I want to reiterate that Article 59.1 has been the subject of discussion at the level of the commission, and we did not discuss it in isolation. We discussed it together with those who litigate on women's rights. Honorable President, as the honorable member said, that the lawyers who litigate before the commission are saying that we are slapping, I'm just using his word, we're slapping on the faces of the women who come to the commission. I think what is clear is that Article 59.1, you know, like PAP has its own treaty or protocol that establishes it. The African Commission is also established under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Our mandate and the way we work is spelled out in the Charter. Article 59.1, because we are told that if you don't give the full picture, then you give a misrepresentation of the facts. Article 59.1 clearly states that all actions taken, I think it's very clear. I just want to bring it to the attention of members. All measures taken within the provisions of the present chapter shall remain confidential until such time as the Assembly of Heads of States and Government shall otherwise decide. So if our charter says all actions shall remain confidential, who are we to go against the charter? We are bound by what the charter says. But having said that, when a communication comes to the Commission, at the end of the communication, the state is involved and the party is informed immediately. They are informed immediately. But we do not publish until the Assembly of Heads of State approves our activity report. And once the activity report is approved, we publish. And that is what the charter says, and we cannot go against the charter. With regard to equitable distribution of matrimonial property, equity and equitable distribution of matrimonial property, that we haven't interpreted it. Actually, that relevant Article 7D is one of the only articles of the Convention where the Commission has developed a whole and comprehensive general comment on it. A general comment is an interpretive text where we elaborate and guide states as to what it means to comply with a particular article of the Charter or the Maputo Protocol. So this general comment has been produced and it guides member states to actually look at factors to take into consideration when dealing with equitable distribution of matrimonial property. As you rightly indicated, Honorable President, it's about equity, it's not about equality. Although they say equality is equity. It's looking at the circumstances, looking at the contribution of the woman, outlining everything that courts need to take into consideration. Maybe I will commend that general comment to the honorable member and I will share it with him so that he can share also with those lawyers who come before the Commission and say they're not aware of it. But this is something that we've actually dealt with. The member also talked about a decision of the ECOWAS Commission. I just want to let the honorable member know that our mandate as commissioners of the African Commission does not extend to criticizing decisions of another treaty body. The ECOWAS Court is established under law, so we do not actually descend into the arena and start criticizing a decision that was made by another regional body. So these are the responses I have, and I think this helps to clarify where our hands are tied, and we are aware of it. It's not something new, and we've actually engaged with civil society. And I think, Chair, I will end by saying, President, that the African Commission is one of the only organs that actually allows citizens on the floor of the Commission to speak and talk about the human rights situation, whether it's women's rights that pertains at the national setting. At every public session, we give space to civil society to raise those issues. So the AU, in its wisdom, entrusted the African Commission because of the experience and the expertise over the years that the Commission has developed with regard to reviewing in terms of accountability and also avoiding duplication, ensuring that we have a unified system. Thank you very much, Honorable President. I hope this has clarified the issues with honorable members so that at least we are on the same page. Thank you very much.
This is a complex subject, and we can't say we've finished today. You need to come back so that we continue. Because the equity issue, unfortunately, is still a bit vague. Because equity means equity, doesn't mean equality. The president of the court, African Court of Human and People's Rights last week said of those few countries that had deposited declarations that the authority of the court, they were subject to the authority of the court. Once the court makes a decision which the member state feels is unfavorable, they withdraw from the court. Why is it that it doesn't affect you?
Why is it that doesn't affect us?
You seem to have a very good relationship with the AU. Even if you make a judgment against them, they are very happy.
I think because of the charter that we have, I think the African Commission is the last bastion of hope for the citizens of this continent because it has near universal ratification.
Anyway,
all the
sorry, I didn't give you the floor.
Yes.
I didn't give you the floor.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But you have taken it.
May I?
You know, you are not here to defend. You are here to share.
Yes, that's what I'm sharing.
These are representatives of citizens.
Absolutely.
And what they are saying is coming from citizens.
Absolutely.
And you are saying you invite citizens.
Absolutely.
So hear from what they are saying also.
Absolutely.
As representatives.
I'm happy to hear from what they're saying.
I've told you a fundamental statement.
Yes.
The African court says, once we make a decision which is unfavorable, member states withdraw. So all they want to hear from you are good things. That's a fact. Member states want to hear you praise them. If you don't praise them, they say this commission is bad. I have sat myself in Addis, where the reports of certain violations by particular member states are made. And you see that there is war. Not even one member state wants to hear a commission or whoever to try and raise issues about the abuse of human rights. And no. Member states take exception to that, and they don't like it. Anything about human rights. So this is a debate, and I'm saying, I think we need to come back next time. We continue this conversation. That is true. Anyway, next to reply is who? Yeah, you were loaded with many criticisms, I know. Others don't have. Envoy, you want to say something?
Honorable President, do I have a floor?
Yeah, you have already granted it.
Thank you, Honorable President. I also want to join my colleague in thanking the honorable members for their very constructive interventions and contributions. We have taken note of the good practices among member states, including Djibouti, so we have a lot to learn. But also, Mr. President, I wanted to add that when member states sign these conventions, the obligation of implementations lies solely, or the onus lies with the state parties. And in this convention, we have Articles 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, places obligations on the state parties. So I'm happy that, Mr. President, you have allowed us to continue with this conversation. And having the members of Parliament participating in this debate is very good. I'm also member of Parliament. I know what it happens in our national parliaments. So we can really live here with, let me say, I'm comfortable that it is members of Parliament in this chamber have taken this convention seriously, and some have undertook to ensure that their national parliaments ratify this convention. So I want to thank you so much, Mr. President, and honorable members, for your support. Thank you.
Asante sana. These issues of Beijing, 30 years down the line, as they say, we are still crying. Most of these conventions now that we have, including charters, are coming out of the Beijing. After Beijing, we have a lot of charters, and we have some conventions. But the fact has been made, the point has been made that despite Beijing, despite the charters, all these things, the real status and the conditions of women with respect to violence, with respect to other opportunities, has not changed very much. It's a fact. This is a fact. And we all have a duty, to work very hard. We have one of the presenters who presented virtually, Lindwe Mugabe. I understand she is on the line. She can also give us some responses.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. I think after your remarks, there's nothing more that I can add, but just to echo that it's been 30 years since Beijing, and we are still crying, and we're crying a louder cry because of the regression in gender norms and all the hard-won gains that we had, we seem to be rolling back. But I also want to appreciate the honorable members for their support of the convention and to reiterate that the Gender Directorate stands ready to support them in their signing process, in the ratification, and also in the implementation of the campaign towards ratification. So with those few remarks, I hand the floor back to you. Thank you.
I thank and let us thank and give a loud applause for all the presenters who have done very well. Very, very well. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. So the presenters, if you want to take leave, it's okay. If you want to sit and listen to further deliberations. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I should have invited you. The chair of the Women's Caucus. It's because my mind is running with time, so I forget, I think we are late. And then I forgot. The chair of the caucus, you can also do your responses.
Oui, merci.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor to provide a few clarifications to the questions put to me by a few speakers in this hall so far. I did not make a presentation per se, but I said something about the prospects of our caucus within the Pan-African Parliament. I would equally like to seize this opportunity to thank my colleagues for their very pertinent comments. I would say I received more of comments and remarks than questions. And to the few questions which were put to me, Chairperson, Mr. President, permit me say something about a question which was put repeatedly on the Beijing conference. This question was repeated, and I would like to clarify a few issues on this. It is the 4th World Conference on Women, which was held from the 4th to the 15th of September 1995 in China. It was the biggest gathering of women since 1975. And this conference actually was hinged on political agreements which were arrived at in favor of women. And this conference, which brought together over 6,000 government delegates and 4,000 accredited representatives from international organizations, civil society organizations, etc., has had, this conference has had far-reaching impacts across the world by exposing gender-based violence around the world. And we as parliamentarians today and defenders of female rights have come to understand that this meeting was the keynote meeting which we can always refer to in our statements. I have always referred to this Beijing conference and encouraged all to communicate more on the benefits of this conference. I spoke about the CEDAW Convention as well. The Beijing Declaration, which provided an opportunity to engage in assessments on the notion of gender, taking it to a more holistic approach of equality of sexes. So this conference today serves as a source of inspiration to all defenders of women's rights and a reference framework for all actions in favor of gender mainstreaming. The 30th anniversary of the Beijing conference is an opportunity to take stock of all the progress that has been recorded so far and equally review the challenges which are yet to be overcome. Mr. President, I would equally like to provide a few answers to some questions which were put by my colleagues in this hall. I would like to answer quite quickly to some few questions. Professor.
regarding the traditions and the gender equality, I would like to respond about this question that we are in all our awareness campaign and all conferences and international seminars, we always include the traditional authorities and religion leaders in these campaigns, to include them because their essential role is very important to sensitize the community. That is why we always include all the traditional authorities and religious authorities to preserve cultures and to preserve the traditions.
Maybe a problem. You may want
je vais rapidement
to be brief.
So I'm quickly going to finish.
And also I would like to talk about the preparedness of the health organizations to respond to this violence against women. There are several African countries, there are health centers that is specialized in hosting the survivors of the violence against women. And with regards to the women in rural areas, to include them in the position, in the decision making, we have programs and principles with regards to the rural women and for the role of the African youth.
Translation.
Translation French is not there.
There's no interpretation in French.
Yeah.
Hello, the interpreters. French.
C'est bon? C'est bon? أعيد هذه.
Okay, I would like to repeat this point with regards to include the women in the rural areas in the process of decision making. We have projects and initiatives that that helps to include women in rural areas, and we have also programs, as we think that in the inclusion of women in rural areas is very important, as we always call in all conferences to include women in rural areas to improve their lives also. And with regards to the role of the African youth in combating violence, I would say that the African youth have a very important role to combat violence against women. Therefore, in our awareness campaigns, we go to schools and universities to include youth and to sensitize them and to engage them actively in combating the violence against women. We cannot combat violence against women without the inclusion of men and males, because they have an important role in the protection or guaranteeing the dignified life and dignity for the African women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for having almost forgotten about you to respond. All we need to do is now to take note of the report. All the reports we take note, and then we say they are agreed to as reports. Noted. Yeah, we don't adopt these reports in terms of procedure. We only take note that they have been presented. And we thank you. So again, on this note, the presenters can take leave, can be excused from the chamber if they wish to. But if they, which we encourage, to sit further and just see how the same MPs debate on other topics, and see that it was not about you only. That's the way they are. That's how they do it always. The clerk shall read the second order of the day.
Honorable President, second order of business, presentation and debate on the report on the participation of the Pan-African Parliament in the UN Climate Change Conference COP29. The presenter is Honorable Gary Sakata, Chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment.
I now invite Honorable Gary Sakata, Chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, to present his report. He promised me that it won't be more than 5 minutes. So we'll be able to break for lunch by 1 o'clock.
Honorable Président, merci pour la parole. Je sais.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. Honorable President, dear colleagues, climate issues are a determining factor for the future of our country, of our continent, and the future of our children. Since 1995, the world became conscious of the stake and instituted the Conference of Parties. Our Parliament is increasingly getting interested on this topic, and it's in this regard that a high-level delegation from the Pan-African Parliament, led by the President Chief Charambira, went to Baku in Azerbaijan from the 17th to the 22nd of November 2024 to attend COP29. The PAP delegation attended several activities which aimed at promoting the visibility of PAP. The president of PAP and members of the Agriculture Committee presented a number of keynote speeches which aimed at showing that PAP was the key player on issues of climate change in Africa. African representatives equally underscored their desire to intensify collaboration with PAP, recognizing its unique capacity to amplify the voices of African people and to equally influence policies, be it at regional or international levels. Several joint conferences or bilateral conferences were organized with the PAP delegation, with PACHA and the delegation of African parliamentarians. Honorable President, all activities which I briefly mentioned are contained in this 18-page document, which has 7 points and 1 appendix, which you have in your hands, and I hope you have read. I would spare you the details of this lengthy paper. With the authorization of the Bureau and with the approval of the House Chamber, I am going to read out the 7 recommendations formulated by our committee to enable you have cognizance of the content. First recommendation that the committee formulated is as follows. PAP should set aside a budget for future participation in COP activities, and this would facilitate complete preparations and broadening the delegation and incorporating more capacity building workshops before COP for members of parliament. These efforts would make a considerable improvement in the contribution of PAP on world negotiations on climate issues. Second recommendation, the PAP Clerk's office should draft guiding principles to make sure that our participation in future COP events are more consistent. These documents should define activities of PAP, coordinate press briefings, manage PAP activities during COP events, and ensure adequate liaison with adequate stakeholders. 3, PAP should formalize collaboration mechanisms with stakeholders such as the African Group of Negotiators, the Pan-African Alliance for Climate Justice, PACJA, and the African Union Commission. These mechanisms could include periodic briefings, jointly organized events, and joint advocacy actions to amplify climatic priorities for Africa. 4, PAP should engage in vigorous awareness raising and sensitization campaigns targeting international organizations working in the fight against climate change in view of obtaining substantial funding for adaptation, resilience, and other activities on the African continent. Moreover, PAP should encourage member parliaments to legislate on frameworks for adequate use of climate funding. 5, PAP should invest in targeted capacity building programs to provide expertise to members of parliament in view of supervising agreements on climate and for the sufficient use of climate funding, and equally for actions on climate adaptation schemes which are favorable to the communities. 6, a formal mechanism should be set up to collect reactions of members of parliament, stakeholders, partners, and other actors after COP events. Such information sharing would enable Africa to live up to expectations and improve PAP participation in further COP events. The last recommendation, number 7, would be that PAP should envisage an annual summit on climate to bring together African members of parliament, negotiators, and other stakeholders. Such platforms would favor the harmonization of our policies and stances as Africa before major climate negotiations in view of ensuring a coherent advocacy which is quite targeted. Dear colleagues, distinguished President, PAP's participation during the COP29 underscored the indispensable role of African parliamentarians in the drafting of world climate policies and the defense of African policies on climate issues. Through our strong performance and open-minded acceptance of partnerships, PAP amplified Africa's voice on critical aspects such as climate change, climate adaptation, and climate funding. To benefit from this participation, it is essential for us as PAP to adopt an institutional participation scheme during COP events by overcoming logistical, financial, and strategic challenges. The implementation of recommendations adopted during this workshop would favor our visibility and contribute further to our influence on issues pertaining to climate change. This joint effort is proof of the strong commitment of African parliamentarians to defend a fair and a sustainable future for our continent in the face of the strong challenges we face. So we continue to favor African objectives, and PAP can strengthen its leadership role and lead to transformative action, not only on the African scene, but internationally. Having said that, I would like to ask the House Chamber to unanimously take note of this report and to approve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Sakata. And we'll give him another round of applause. Please, those who debate, we now all know what climate change is. Don't tell us about mitigation, adaptation. There's a threat. We know the threat already. We all know. Come in within a minute, 2 minutes, tell us that missing dimension. That missing dimension in everything that's being done. Said, if we do this, if we do this. So don't go back to history of climate change. And we have 13 that have registered. And we have 6 minutes to 1. So if we divide, it's half a minute. So just be fair to the audience and be brief, don't exceed 2 minutes. The first to take the floor will be Honorable Abdallah Barkat Ibrahim, Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try to be brief. The Pan-African Parliament participates each year in various COPs, but our institution has many constraints. Not enough budget that prohibits the Bureau from programming effectively. Climate change has enormous impact on several sectors, and the delegation of the Pan-African Parliament participating in COP should be strong, not only 4 or 5 members. Part of the recommendations have already been made, and I suggest that PAP, with the Parliament of the organizing country, Brazil, explore various means for more participation and more visibility for PAP, and also coordinate our participation with other organs of the other organs of the African Union to share the flag of the African Union. African Union has a flag, and PAP is asked to contribute financially to this flag. I'm not going to repeat what has already been mentioned by my colleagues. So after this session of July 2025, begin the process of participation. Usually it's at the last minute that we prepare our participation. Thank you very much.
Honorable Barakat is right. Our preparations usually are very late, mainly because we are part of the AU, African Union delegation. And it's the AU which then says, PAP, we have given you 3 slots, 5 slots, 1 slot. And for us to purchase tickets, to budget, to plan, when we don't even know how many from PAP will be on the list. But these are issues that we are always engaged with the AU. And I think the process has already started. Honorable Fashi Bodbik.
فتح بطبيق. شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, the report that has been displayed in front of us by the chairperson of the committee represents the importance of the Pan-African Parliament participation in this conference. And I would like to thank His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbera for enhancing the participation of Pan-African Parliament to enhance the agenda and also the media plan that has been adopted by the participants of this conference that represents the action of the Pan-African Parliament members with the very effective media plan. And we have seen the chairperson of the Agriculture Committee and the impact he made in the press conference. And that all enhanced the role of the Parliament in sensitizing the climate change issues. Mr. Chief Fortune Charumbera, I have participated also in Panama, and you were supposed also to meet in this gathering, and I was surprised that you were absent. This gathering, I was participant there in my capacity as a representative of Bugali as a president of the Arab Parliament in Panama, and that initiative aimed at preparing a plan to participate in COP in Brazil in 2025. One of the most important items in this agenda was to coordinate with other parliaments, including Pan-African Parliament, and the just transition into clean energy and the equitable climate activities. And they focused on the effective participation of all parliaments in this gathering in Brazil 2025. I hope that this participation, I hope that Africa has a strong participation in this conference. And I also would like to, I hope that we see or we establish an African forum for the climate change, and we in Algeria are keen for a legal model pertaining climate policies. Mr. Chief Charumbera, I convey the regards of the Parliament Mr. Ronaldo Patreos from Cuba, who emphasized that he wants to see the participation of Africa, and he wants to be also an observer if it is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bodibik. You said important things. Panama, yes, President of Papua was not there. If I remember, Deputy Vice President Honorable Lucia attended, if I'm correct. But indeed, we should have all have been there. And if they want to be observers, they are welcome. Can you assist them? You come to my office, you agree how it is done. We have an MOU, they can also participate here, and they can come and be observers. Good news. Thank you very much. Honorable Mohammed Amrun, Algeria.
Shukran. Bismillah wa salam ala.
Thank you very much. Prayers be upon the Prophet. Honorable Excellency President, I would like to thank you for giving me the chance to talk about this very important subject concerning the climate change. This subject is very important and it affects us as Africans. Unfortunately, we are not responsible for all those climate changes. To be brief, I would like to talk about three main points, and I believe they are very important. First of all, I would like to thank the delegation of the Pan-African Parliament that participated in COP29 and make the voice of America heard. In last July, there was a very important decision by the International Court, which gives the states the right to sue other countries for the damage that caused by other countries when it comes to climate change. This is a very important decision, but for me, what made the International Court take this decision is because of the efforts of some countries in the Pacific Ocean. So we believe that those countries, all of us, we can work together if we work smartly, that we have a lot of legal tools that we can use in order to put pressure on the big powers in order to respect their obligations. Those obligations that have never been achieved or complied since 2015. There's another observation, which is this subject, the climate change, is a very important. It became a battlefield for all the big countries, and it became a field as well of struggle between the big nations, and we remain as victims. We are telling those superpowers that we don't want this subject to be a battlefield between the superpowers while we are at the back losing every day. The third observation that I would like to tell honorable members is that the climate change that we've been saying that it was caused by the superpowers, we see that even among our countries in Africa, we started seeing some conflicts around this issue as well. So we have to look at the legal tools that we can use in order to resolve all those conflicts that might arise between our countries. Therefore, I suggest the setup of an African court that deals with the crimes related to the climate change and will be the institution or the body that can solve or resolve all those conflicts. Concerning the presentation that was presented by this committee, we do support that report. However, we would like to extend the delegation in order to include other committees or PAP organs like the Caucus of the Youth, Women, and the Committee of International Relations. And we have as well to include and listen to the civil societies that deal with the climate change in Africa. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Shukran Gezilen. The floor is now with Honorable Fama Ba, Senegal.
Okay. Thank you very much, dear Chair President. Okay, moi, je vais cette fois-ci m'exprimer.
This time I will speak French, Mr. President. Mr. President, I should like for the role of the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. President, I would like the role of the Pan-African Parliament be strengthened, because we know that PAP should be the place of a resolution of all difficulties experienced in Africa. I believe that with the COP29 concerning climate change, you should gather all speakers of parliaments, members of the Pan-African Parliament. By doing this, it would be possible to solve all those climate issues that are consequences of a drought, for example, and environmental problems. To better protect our environment with the food sovereignty and good industrialization, the African Union should oversee what is done here at the Pan-African Parliament to solve agriculture issues, to have a sustainable agriculture for the benefit of the African people. Thank you, Mr. President. Long live Senegal, long live Africa, and long live the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you. Long live Senegal, long live PAP. Merci beaucoup. Next, Hussein Mohamed Ali, Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. I am taking the floor today to affirm on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament our commitment towards the climate change mitigation. Africa is the least responsible for gas emissions. We have desertification, lack of food security, forced displacement, and this threatens our population. COP29 should not be just one more conference. It should be a turning point where Africa raises its voice, its sovereign voice. We are asking for three simple things, but however, these things are fundamental. Direct access and equitable access to climate funding. The promises are no longer enough. Our countries need concrete steps to adapt and to protect their territories and to build the green economy. We also need technology transfer and skills transfer. We want to come up with our own solutions and not remain dependent. Our solutions adapted to local needs. We also need a renaissance of the Pan-African Parliament. The climate change arrangements remain just a speech. We also need a seat at the negotiating table during the next conference. Dear colleagues, I therefore suggest African parliamentary mechanism for follow-up of climate change commitments to check on the implementation of these arrangements country by country, budget by budget. The Pan-African Parliament cannot stay behind. We need to become a political strength serving the interest of the African people in favor of climate justice and the sovereignty of the African environment. Let us make sure that COP29 is the starting point of a just and ambitious transition for the continent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Next, take the floor, Honorable David Palala.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I'll talk about the climate prospect. Climate change prospect can be that we can use renewable energy opportunity by investing in solar, wind, and hydroelectricity power for job creation. Mr. President, sustainable agriculture implementing climate resilience agriculture practice can improve food security. Mr. President, green infrastructure development, green infrastructure such as green roof can mitigate urban heat and improve air quality. Mr. President, also worth noting is that countries need funding to mitigate climate change, and the issue of climate change should be taught at grassroots level. Mr. President, challenges. Competing priorities, climate change mitigation effort may compete with other pressing development priorities such as poverty reduction and infrastructure development. Mr. President, police and regulatory framework weakness and inadequate policies framework can hinder climate change mitigation effort. Recommendation: support climate resilient infrastructure that can withstand that impact of climate change. I submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Very good, brief and nice. Honorable Nku Moshalis Parane.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving the opportunity to just pop in whatever the presentation which was done by Honorable Sakata, Chairperson of Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment. I had a lot of things, but because of time constraints, like you restricted us on speaking for too long, Honorable President, I have only two things just to pop in. Concerning climate change, I propose that our member states should engage and empower meteorological services in all our countries. This would help us maybe to make a plan on agriculture as to know whether it's going to be dry, we are going to have drought, we are going to have floods, or we are going to have a lot of snow. Like as we speak now, our climate in Lesotho have changed a lot. Like this winter season, we are having a lot of snow. As in, like every week you're having snow. So this means we have to adjust to what we have been doing when we do the farming. Another point is I'm thinking of maybe our member states should help or empower the farmers in agriculture by helping the farmers to ensure whatever they invest into the agriculture. Thank you, Honorable President.
Excellent on time. Next, take the floor, Honorable Mohammed Segris.
In the name of Allah, the merciful, the beneficent, prayers be upon His President. First of all, I would like to commend what has been presented by the chair of the committee, and as well what has been added by His Excellency the President-Chief Fortune Bira and his efforts to attend those very important meetings. I would like to say that since I joined the Pan-African Parliament, I have been hearing a lot about the climate change and the related subjects. However, until now, we have never heard a report that speaks to the results of all those meetings. We've heard that we had many meetings, but I have never heard any outcome, concrete results. So the question is, what are the results that we can see and make us optimistic about the future? I've never heard any presentation on what was achieved so far. If we have the results and we can see it by our own eyes, it will encourage us to be optimistic about future. However, if what is presented, we would like to know what is the outcome and how is it workable. All those presentations we read and hear about. We know that in other countries there are many efforts that taking place, and there is a result for that in those countries. We might not be able to know that because of being distant from those countries. In Algeria, we are working to fight against the climate change by setting up activities and strategies and work plans. For me, it's enough to say that we have a plan to reach 30% of the renewable energy, despite the fact that we are very efficient when it comes to the use of oil and electricity generation. However, we are working into the 30%. In Algeria, there is a very important project for the green hydrogen, the production of the hydrogen in Algeria, in order to reach 3 terawatts of electricity just by using the clean hydrogen and export that to Europe. Most of the production is destined to Europe. Those are a few examples of what's being in a process there in the country. We can also look at what has been presented by the President of Kenya in last summit last year and what was achieved. However, I would like to insist that we have to find our own solutions and not stay dependent to the Europeans and getting their own solutions, because that's not going to help us very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for your patience, we are into deep into lunch. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. If each one can do 1 minute or less, we can at least be assured of breaking for lunch by 1:30. So please have mercy on us. When you debate, have mercy on us. We want to break for lunch. Honorable Fagnon.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I suggest that we have an African observatory on the subject of agriculture and climate change. I would like to draw the attention of everyone to the fact that climate justice interferes with compensation for Africans with African descendants. 300 billion by 2035. We have the opportunity to go to Brazil soon. I'd like to draw the attention of everyone to the strategy of our participation. How do we make sure that our participation has a positive impact? Thank you.
I forgot to say, Honorable Sagres. Honorable Sagres. Yeah, Honorable Sagres, you said with all these meetings, we are not hearing of what has changed. This year in March, the UN Secretary General issued a statement saying, despite all that we have done, in effect, it's getting worse. Because they usually measure it by temperature, that the temperature keeps rising. And indeed, whatever we are doing, climate change is because we have induced higher temperatures in all our activities, production and the rest. So this carbon layer thing. But the truth is that the temperature which we need to go down is still rising. So there's no good news. And this year we are going for COP30, which means 30 times annually we have met, or sorry, 29 times annually we have met, but the results cannot be shown in terms of climate change. The climate keeps getting worse. Thank you. Honorable Cheniti Awatef, Tunisia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thanks to the Chair of the Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Saketa. His presentation was very important with many good recommendations that should be adopted. My intervention will be around some questions. How can we set up the Green Fund for the climate change? I would like to say as well that the countries who are causing this climate change, especially the United States, the Western countries, they have to work into exporting the clean energy to Africa. I would like to say that there must be accountability to those countries who are violating the rules concerning the climate change. Honorable Chair, there is an African Climate Change Summit. However, the Committee on Agriculture and Environment in the Pan-African Parliament is not aware of that summit. So I don't think it's possible for any summit to ignore the members of the Pan-African Parliament. If we are not united, the Westerners will use that point. Freedom is to be taken, not to be gifted. We have to work into building an Africa that's heard. We do believe that if we are united, we are strong. If we have the legal arm and the executive arm working together, that will push Africa into prosperity. Thank you.
And I want to thank you for being very brief. Next is Honorable John Bones Bideri, Rwanda.
Your Excellency, I've withdrawn my intervention. Much of what I wanted to say has been said. Thank you.
I want to... That's very good, saving us time. Next, Honorable Suleiman Saho, the Gambia.
Excellency, I just want to thank the Office of the Clerk and yourself for making that journey a journey, and though the challenges are there in the report, so we can all improve on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one will do even better. That's last, Honorable Fantomata Njai, the Gambia.
Thank you. Mr. President, my contribution is also going to be very short. They've recommended for PAP to be consistent in going, so I would want them to include women and the youth in this delegation, and I would also direct them to liaise with Climate Parliament. Climate Parliament, Mr. President, is a non-governmental organization that works with over 2,000 parliamentarians across 120 countries, and they work in climate financing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Sorry, there was a submission by the request by the last speaker, Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Excellency.
Kenya hosted the last meeting in 2024 on African Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit in Nairobi. And there were some resolutions that were made during that meeting in regards to the law that we proposed. I think it was agreed in that meeting to support that model law that the chair, Honorable Sakata, did not mention, but it contained within the report that he has so ably presented. So, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker, all I wanted to say is, number one, as a Pan-African Parliament, we need to present something unique. If we are to take the stage at COP30, what is Pan-African Parliament presenting that is different from the heads of states, different from NGOs, different from other organizations? I think we cannot stand and present lobbying for funds, because that is done by other organizations. But we have a unique opportunity for us to present on two issues. Number one, our legislative mandate. If our president is able to tell the world that we have been able to pass a model law on climate change, as was proposed by our honorable chair, we have been able to pass the model law on soil management, I think we will have done very well, because that is our legislative and unique mandate. The second and last thing I wanted to say is our oversight mandate. If our president can take the floor and tell the world that actually in Africa, despite the fact that the funds that we receive are not many, is not enough, but we have received some funds. And in our capacity as African Parliament, we have been able to carry out oversight on some of the funds that are released. Mr. President, if we are able to tell the world that these numbers of country, 1, 2, 3, 4, they have been able to receive these amounts of monies with regards to climate change, and we have been able to sit with them, either directly or through the commissioner who is in charge of agriculture at the AUC, His Excellency Moses Vilakati. And they have been able to tell us that the funds were received, this number of millions, and this is how they were spent. Honorable President, I sit down by making a small appeal that we have had the commissioner here, Bankole, who is in charge of security, come to us, and he has presented very well. We would also want, in terms of our role of oversight, to hear what steps are we doing in terms of climate change, what are we achieving in terms of climate change from the commissioner in charge of rural development, blue economy, and sustainable environment at the AUC, His Excellency Moses Vilakati. I thank you, Your Excellency.
This brings us to the end of the list and all the requests. Honorable Chairperson, do you want to, you can respond from there briefly. Honorable Sakata, you can respond from that seat briefly.
Honorable President.
Honorable President, there were no questions as far as I know, but there were statements that allow us to enrich our report. I should like to take note of the fact that the request for a stronger team has been noted. The team that went to Baku consisted of several members of the committee and members of other committees as well. Concerning comments that have been made on meteorology and the creation of an African Observatory for Agriculture and Climate, the necessity of giving tangible results, yes, that's true. We are actually presenting a specific report on an event that has already taken place. So this reflects what happened during that meeting, while we give recommendations to improve our future participation. In conclusion, Mr. President, concerning Honorable Senator Danton, we should like to say that the model law on soil will be heard tomorrow. We will speak about it again tomorrow if it is put on the agenda. We will make sure to integrate all the comments and recommendations to our report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you. All noted in the diversity of the delegation that it should not only be rural economy, it should include women and maybe, yeah. One important piece of information is we enlarge the PAP delegation if member states, the countries that sponsor us to PAP, agree also to fund your trip to COP. In that case, anyone who wants to go, come and register. Just say my country is ready to sponsor me, so can I be part of the delegation? That's not a problem. The problem are the resources that PAP will have no budget for bigger budget. So if through your own country you can approach your speaker or whoever, your Minister of Agriculture, and say, look, please, can you sponsor me? PAP will say, right, we'll write a letter to your parliament to sponsor you to go to COP. We break now, it's about 1:30. Please, let's be seated by 2:30. Let's break for lunch. Thank you very much.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Gao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate, 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we would make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC to joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao-Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et du sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process and challenges and problems in our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant
la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État parti pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao-Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's the law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we would make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs. The provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospitals, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Seert Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Seert Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Seert Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour cueillir le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant
la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions, stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs, called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance, urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security, highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law, encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them, called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council, aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on financial reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999 which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour cueillir le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant
la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasized the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao-Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization. Operate under the CERT protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant
la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent?
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partner.
Honorable members, Honorable Madam Vice President,
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
God, most gracious, most merciful, could you please take your seats? Madam Clerk, Honorable Clerk of Parliament,
S'excuse du retard, mais le président et le reste des membres du bureau étaient en réunion avec certains organes qui avaient des protocoles d'accord à signer avec le pape. C'est pour cela qu'on est un peu en retard, on s'excuse d'avance. No translation. La traduction en français, s'il vous plaît.
Interpretation into French, please. Into Arabic. Is it working?
الترجمة العربية هل الترجمة العربية
English, yes.
D'accord. Donc je vais reprendre pour dire qu'on s'excuse.
Very well. I apologize. The President and the members of the Bureau had a memorandum of understanding to sign, and that is why we were delayed, and I apologize. Without further ado, I'm going to call upon the Ambassador Churchill to join us in the chamber. And I'd like to ask Honorable Essa Magdo to join us in the chamber as well.
Madam President.
Qui demande la parole?
Fatoumata Angambi.
Fatimata Gambi. Honorable Fatimata Ali.
Yes, Honorable Fatimata, please proceed.
On the presentation of the book on governance and democracy, I thought it was only presentation, but without debate. On the agenda, it says presentation and debate. Thank you.
Well, David,
all what we are presenting here is followed by a Q&A, so I don't see the difference. So we have presentation and debate. And debate means that there will be questions put to the presenter, and the presenter will provide clarifications regarding what was put to them as questions or make any relevant comments. Thank you, Honorable.
Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Madam Clerk, you have the floor, please. Do you have something to add?
President, the item for noting and for presentation noting and questions and answers is presentation and debates on the book on governance and democracy in Africa entitled New Wine in Old Calabashes. The presenter is His Excellency Ambassador Churchill Ewumbe Monono, who is an ambassador and resident representative of the Republic of Cameroon to the African Union based in Addis Ababa. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Your Excellency Ambassador Churchill to present, to make us, or to do his presentation. Thank you.
Excellence, vaut mieux que vous.
Excellency, please, can you come forward for your presentation, please?
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Sharumbira, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellencies here present, the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Lindiwa Kumalu, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira for his kind invitation to present my new book, New Wine in Old African Calabashes, to this august assembly of the honorable men and women of Africa. It is quite a privilege and an honor, and I'm grateful. In fact, since the first copies of the book saw the light of day, there have been 3 pre-launch presentations. The first was during the PSC outreach meeting with the African diaspora communities at the Jackson School of Global Affairs in Yale University on the 16th of October 2024. The second was during the PSC induction meeting in Arusha in March 2025. This third presentation is very significant because it gives me an opportunity to address the African people through their representatives. As stated by the African leaders during their tribute to the OAU in Durban on the 10th of July 2002,
to ensure the involvement of our people and the civil society organizations in the activities of the Union, we recommit ourselves to the early establishment of the Pan-African Parliament and the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, as envisaged in the Constitutive Act of our Union. This engagement with the representatives of the African people is an essential part of the Pan-African Parliament's function of popularization of the activities of the AU and its organs, and in ensuring the organization this organization is people-centric. Discussing the central organ of the OAU mechanism, the AU Peace and Security Council, and the Pan-African Parliament is in many ways my own story with the living Pan-Africanism in Addis Ababa. In effect, I was first introduced to the OAU mechanism in Accra, Ghana, in April 1994 during a seminar on conflict management, shortly after its creation. But I had the opportunity to be acquainted with the organization, with the organization's functioning at the three levels between 1996 to 2004, during which Cameroon participated as a chair in 1996-97, a member of the Trioca, and a member of the Central Organ. As a diplomat of the rank in Addis Ababa during the transition years of 1999 to 2002, I witnessed the participation and participated in the transformation of the OAU to the AU, of the Central Organ to the Peace and Security Council, and of the evolution from a mere African Parliamentary Union to a Pan-African Parliament. I participated in expert meetings to draft legal instruments and to deposit them. More importantly, I was a member of the Cameroon delegation at the inauguration of the Pan-African Parliament on the 18th of March 2004 and of the PSC on the 25th of May 2004 in Addis Ababa. Since 2020, I have also been a member of the PSC, and as they say, I have been around for a while. My presentation today will therefore be structured around four articulations. One, the outline of the book. Two, the relevance of the Central Organ and PSC to PAP. Three, motivation for writing the book. And four, the way forward for future policy and applied research on PSC and PAP relations. First, on the outline of the book, Honorable, New Wine in Old Wine, African Calabashes contains 16 chapters packaged in 4 parts. Part 1 covers chapters 1 and 2, which give an overall background of the OAU's pre-Cairo peace and security order in Africa between 1963 and 1993. Part 2, which stretches from chapters 3 to 6, is devoted to an analysis of the OAU mechanism that existed between 1993 and 2003. Part 3, covering chapters 6 to 8, is devoted to the transformation of the OAU to the AU and how it affected the peace and security regimes in Africa. Part 4, which covers chapters 9 to 15, is dedicated to a comparative analysis of the OAU and the AU mechanisms on conflicts. The book concludes in chapter 16 by examining the emerging threats to peace and security in Africa, which include a return to Cold War geopolitics, the weaponization of new digital technologies, the weaponization of cyberspace and other outer space, climate change, as well as the rise of new non-state actors such as terrorism and private military companies. More importantly, it tries to show how these emerging threats could affect the functioning and toolkits of the AU Peace and Security Council between now and 2063. Now, in terms of the relevance of the AU Peace and Security Council to PAP and PAP members, this book is relevant to PAP and PSC relations because both organs have a lot in common with regard to their origins, their establishment, their operationalization during the transition years. They are both what we call transition organs, whose transformation spanned from the sacred declaration of the 9th of September 1999 through incorporation in the Constitutive Act for PAP in July 2000 in Lomé, and for the PSC in July 2001 in Lusaka. Both underwent some transformation processes, or simple transformation processes. PAP was created on the 2nd of March 2001 when the protocol was signed and entered into force in December 2003, inaugurated on the 18th of March 2004, and the rules of procedure adopted on the 21st of November 2004. The PSC, on the other hand, was incorporated as an organ in July 2001 in Lusaka and rebaptized the PSC on the 2nd of July 2002. Its protocol adopted on the 9th of July 2002 in Durban, and rules of procedure on the 16th of March 2003 in Maputo before it was inaugurated on the 25th of May 2004. Even before the creation of PAP, the OAU mechanism for conflicts has been involved in African MPs, and even the APU, that is the African Parliamentary Union, on peace, security, governance matters such as the election observation, mediation activities, and the drafting of legal instruments. There is the important meeting of the 12th to the 17th of April 2000 to draft the Constitutive Act, where legal experts participated directly with African members of Parliament. With regard to the concept and motivation, new wine in old African calabashes is an eyewitness account and reflections of an African diplomat on the efforts by the OAU and the AU in forging a distinct, permanent continental architecture to address sustainable peace, security, governance, and humanitarian challenges in the continent. It is an attempt to reconstitute the history of the Peace and Security Council from the ashes of the OAU central organ. The African calabashes here refer to the framework of analysis and of analyzing African problems with a view to providing African solutions. This African Calabash framework of analysis was developed by President Obasanjo of Nigeria in May 1991 during the Conference on Security, Stability, Cooperation and Development in Africa, CSSDCA, and ingrained in the Kampala document. An important aspect of the African Calabash framework is that it helped in transforming the OAU from a state-centric organization to a people-centric organization serviced by two new organs, that is the Pan-African Parliament and ECOSOC, and as well as creating a new people-centric department in the AU Commission, that is CEDAW. The main motivation for writing this book came during the debates on the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the AU Peace and Security Council between the 2004 and 2024. I realized that little was said about the 10 years of the OAU mechanism and its central organ, which operated between 1994 and 2004, and thereby created the foundation for the PSC. I argued that the same issues in the CSSDCA African Calabash Framework are the same now, which we call nexuses. Moreover, they could all enter into the various calabashes identified in Kampala in 1991. As the French would say, plus ça change, plus la même chose. It is essentially new wine in all African calabashes. The African condition has remained the same, both under the central organ and under the PSC. The mistake we will be making is to discard our original framework of analysis to attempt to reinvent the wheel. It was therefore wishful thinking when in May 2002 African ambassadors met in Cape Town and resolved that the PSC shall take stock of and list in sequential order the items handled by the central organ. The PSC would then meet and decide on which unfinished businesses of the central organ to inherit. The truth is that all the items handled by the central organ have remained unfinished businesses. Some conflicts the PSC inherited are still there. Unconstitutional changes of government are still there. Terrorism is still there, and the list continues. Because although the wine is new, the African calabashes are old. The second motivation to write this book was to pay homage to Dr. Salim Ahmed Salim, who transformed the peace and security architecture in Africa between 1989 and 2000, from a collection of ad hoc mechanisms to a permanent mechanism in the form of the central organ, on which the current APSA and AGA frameworks are built. During the 20th anniversary of the PSC, little was said about Dr. Salim, the main architect of the present peace and security order, even when some of the celebrations took place in Dar es Salaam. Thirdly, the study is intended to serve as an institutional memory of the Addis Ababa processes for the past 30 years through analysis of the key players, eyewitness accounts of anecdotes, and the generation of data. In this way, it could serve as a reference book for policy practitioners and researchers on the African Union. Now, the future. The study is not only about the past of the AU peace and security and governance architectures. It is also about the future of the PSC in the face of new security threats in the continent that were addressed adequately in the African Calabash, that were not addressed adequately in the African Calabash framework as earlier outlined in Chapter 16. These new persistent challenges may affect the framework of analysis on peace, security, and governance in the continent. This will beg for the need to think out of the box of African calabashes. It may also require that PAP and PSC redefine their working methods, cooperation relations, and institutional frameworks, including thematic committees and working groups. It is in this light that I applaud the inaugural joint consultative meeting between the PSC and PAP here in Midrand on 17 to 18 July 2025 on enhancing institutional synergy and collaboration for sustainable peace and security in Africa. The meeting consecrated the PSC partnership policy with PAP, encapsulated in the press statements of the 22nd of August 2008 and November 2012, as well as the PSC communiqué of 30th of June 2003 on the need to institutionalize and regularize the partnership between both AU organs. In conclusion, like they say, good wine needs no bush, like this new wine in old African calabashes. If the preface of the AU Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, is something to go by, then the book is worth savouring. The same applies to the opinions engraved in the post-face blobs by scholars and practitioners such as Dr. Sajo Ba of the AU Conflict Prevention Department, Dr. Andrew Atta Asamoah of the ISS, and Ambassador Ahmed Abdelatif of the Triple CPA in Cairo. Be it as it may, the taste of the pudding, as they say, is in the eating. That is why I invite you all, the honorable men and women of Africa, to grab a copy of this new wine in old African calabashes, to taste, to savour, and to recommend others who have the taste to know more about the African condition from an African perspective. I thank you for your kind attention, and I thank you for your invitation.
Right, another round of applause. Right, I don't think the papers to register for those who want to comment, I don't think they were circulated yet. Right, so we can invite 4 or 5 comments on the, I know you haven't read the book, but on the way the presentation went, and then, yeah. Honorable Mugatana.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the opportunity. First of all, I want to thank Ambassador Monono for Monono. Thank you very much for this book. For those of us who are interested in academics, it would be good to hear what has happened in the history of Africa. And many people forget that what we will remember you after you've gone is what you have written. So thank you very much for giving us this information. But I wanted to hear your reflections on this point. Africa, most problems that occur is during election times. Elections, and we have had our own experience in Kenya and other countries. Elections are very divisive. And you will find that after elections, there are people who do not accept the results of the elections. And I think currently in Africa, we are having several, but what comes to mind is the case of Mozambique. And what I thought, and I want to hear your views on this. I know right now what we do, we send observers, we send people to go and look at what is happening. We try to, if there are conflicts, we try to create a panel to bring in the opposition and the other side together. But what I'm wondering is, isn't it possible for African Union to come up with a standard method of conducting elections for the continent and its various states? Isn't it possible in this era of internet, in this era of artificial intelligence, isn't it possible for us to think in that direction so that if a state, an African state, is carrying out elections, then these are the standards that should be followed, and possibly we use artificial intelligence. I know that India is the largest democracy in the world, and they have applied tools. They have applied effectively. They have used technology very effectively to manage their elections. In India, the elections are carried out today. By the end of the day, some of the states already know their results. And the following day, the people get to know who is the new prime minister and who are the new bosses in the various provinces. So what would be your reflection? What would be your thoughts about setting up a standardized way of doing elections across Africa and using technology so that people now, we all do elections in a certain way and maybe follow a certain timetable so that we really act as a unit in Africa? I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Mkatana. Yes, I see a hand there.
I guess it's me, Mr. President? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank...
Oh, it's Honorable Kantuntu.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Welcome.
I could be dressed like I'm from West Africa, but... thank you very much, Mr. President. And I would like to thank the ambassador for the presentation. As you were presenting, in my mind, I was also writing a book, in my mind. And the title would be Old Wine in New Calabashes, the exact opposite of your title. And why am I saying this, Ambassador? In 2002, 32 African countries came together in Addis Ababa and founded the Organization of African Unity with a mission. And that mission was independence and decolonization. As we talk now, that mission was achieved. In AU is established in 2020, the AU now.
2001.
In 2001, actually 2002. Ambassador, what was the mission of the African Union? One was integration. Two was peace. And three was the development. Let us put ourselves to test. and see whether the African Union has achieved this mission. As we talk now, Ambassador, 7 countries in the last 6 years have had military coups. As we talk now, countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, countries like Sudan, they are still shooting at each other. There are wars. Where is the progress which the AU has made within these years since this is the foundation of the African Union? And we're really looking at changing names, many institutions, many organs, and yet we still have the same old wine in new calabashes. I thank you.
Thank you. It is just from the floor. You raise your hand. Anaba Fagnon.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleagues. My gratitude to Ambassador Monono. I think His Excellency has actually done his best. For me, new wine in old calabashes is just to conclude the ratification of the protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament, because everything is there. New wine in old calabashes is maximizing or capitalizing in what is happening, and we have to go to reforms that would enable the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament to face the challenges inherent in global governance. For me, new wine in old calabashes is that Africa should reach its ultimate objective set by the founding fathers, one Africa, one voice. It is the issue of African integration. The protocol and all the AFCFTA, etc., even the ECA. So we need to change the paradigm. So this is the call, the clarion call that Ambassador Monono is putting out there in his book. His book is in English, and I recommend that he should have that book translated into Portuguese, Arabic, and French, and that is going to be a bestseller if translated in all those languages. Thank you very much.
Any interest to comment? Where are you? Just rise.
Oh. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. Whoever the first rise takes the floor.
Thank you very much, and I would love to applaud the ambassador for this great book, and I look forward to reading it on my way home. Thank you very much for the copy. But I would also want us to really look into the chapter 13. I am very much concerned on that because I came from a country where we have had prolonged presidential terms from 30 years to 22 years, and now we see a president seeking to go beyond a 10-year term. So, and I think that responses to unconstitutional changes are because of prolonged presidential term limits or countries that do not have term limit. So I think this book should be given to our leaders to read so that they will know that the AU should not be new wines in old African calabashes. We thank you, Your Excellency, but also I will bring you back home. When you go back home, I think you should take it to your leaders. Cameroon is 60% of the population of the people in Cameroon are under 25. Yet the leadership is quite old. You have a president who is 93, 92. You have a Speaker of the Senate who is 93, Speaker of the House of Rep who is 85. So I think we should look into new wines. Thank you.
I don't know about the last part. of the age of leadership. Ambassador Manono is a serving ambassador. He's a serving ambassador in Addis, serving Cameroon, appointed by the same president. Who will spare you from commenting on that one. Any other interest? Yes, proceed, Gambia.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. I also want to thank the ambassador for the presentation on this very important chapter of our history. One area that concerns me regards security in Africa. We are very concerned that you have external forces that would come and attack African countries, do whatever they want to do, just because they have the power. But Africa would not react to dispel those attacks. There was a period when an idea, a project of some sort with regards to a standby force for Africa. I want to ask the ambassador from his research what actually come out of that project. What happened to that project? That would be interesting for me to hear from you. Thank you for the time.
Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. I will be very brief.
Proceed.
And I think we have to thank Ambassador for this historic landmark. This book will have a long way to help us as parliamentarians, stakeholders, and the future, the youths of this continent. It reminds me of a book written by one of our diplomats, Sambu Kasama, who was one time working with AU. He wrote a book on the transition of OAU to AU. The lessons in this book are numerous, and I don't think we'll have enough time to talk about all the importance or the significance. But the term limit that my sister talked about, one of the recipe for violence uprising in our continent is because of our leaders stay longer. Our leaders stay longer. And for example, Gambia, since our independence from 1965 to date, we are having the constitutional second president. Because the second president who came after Sadauda Jawara was a military man. So we don't want that one to be repeated. It was until 2016 that we went to the pool and changed the government. Because once they are in power, they have all the machineries. They have the resources. They have the military. They have the police. So we must have a law. This Pan-African Parliament must be ready, Your Excellency, to see countries that are under crisis of either constitutional crisis or coup d'etat crisis. We need to work on them. The leaders must respect the term that we have in our national laws. If there is any, if there is none, we need to put it in. So I think this book will guide us to make sure that Africa will use a new path to democracy, a new path to freedom, new path to political participation. We thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President, and thank you to the Ambassador for the book. I haven't read the book yet, Mr. President, but I believe it underscores the need to reform outdated institutions so as to accommodate modern democratic aspirations, advocating for solutions rooted in African realities. Honorable President, I believe that after most African countries got their independence, the one thing that they did not do right was to cling on to Western democracy. And we have assumed that multi-party democracy is a one-size-fits-all. Hence, most of the problems that occur in our respective African countries. And I would like to hear the comment from the ambassador on what he has to say about the role that is played by traditional institutions in promoting democracy in the African continent. Recently, Honorable President, we saw here in South Africa there was a Liberation Movement Summit where I don't know whether traditional institutions were invited to be part of that summit, considering the fact that most of these liberation movements, Honorable President, were founded with the assistance of traditional institutions, your chiefs, your monarchies, that is the kings, and those that are part of royal families. How then have they been excluded from such a summit? And just in general, what the ambassador's opinion is when it comes to traditional institutions playing the leading role in issues of governance. Thank you, Honorable President.
I think one day we'll debate this one, very important issue. Liberation movements, liberating whose country? In South Africa, a few people may know that the ANC itself, the first leader of the ANC was Chief Luthuli. The ANC was led by a chief in fighting against colonialism. In Zimbabwe, Chief Tangwena. Chief Tangwena is the one who walked our former President Mugabe to cross from Zimbabwe into Mozambique to wage a war against the British colonialists. And the chief stayed there until independence. And he was then appointed into parliament in honor. When he died, declared national hero. And we can go on and on and on. But thank you very much for that input. I think we are done now. Yes, Honorable Tony.
Your Excellency the President, thank you for awarding me the floor. And I would have loved to make my interventions in the next debate topics. Thanks, Mr. President.
This book, I think the author has been kind enough. I think he left a few copies, and some members may be lucky to have reached those copies. We'll provide copies by the entrance so that when we come in tomorrow, we see if you are interested in buying the copy, because he can't distribute all books for free. It will be a major cost to him. He just have to break even and recover some costs. So those who want to buy the book, it will be there. My only wish is if members were to get access to the book and then read the book, very interesting book, which looks into the goings on within the African Union, which the public has lamented very much about the ineffectiveness of the institution. We don't know AU, what does it do? So he's trying to look at what goes on inside within the AU. It would be good at some point, whether this year or next year, when members have actually read this book, and as Honorable Fanyo requested, that maybe if it can be in various languages, then we can relate to the chapters in the book at another time. I think it will be more interesting. I think on this note, we simply thank the author, his kindness to come to the plenary. We take note of his book, and we will definitely learn a lot from the book. A round of applause. We thank you, Your Excellency. We now move to the next presentation, which should be very interesting. And then I shall call upon the clerk to read the fourth order of the day.
Honorable President, the fourth order of the day is presentation and debate on the impact of U.S. visa restrictions and tariffs on Africa and Africa's response. The presenter is Honorable Issa Mado Jabir, MP, Rapporteur of the Committee on Defense, Security and Sovereignty of the National Assembly of Chad.
And now allow Honorable Issa Mado Jabril to make his presentation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. It is an honor and a privilege for me to stand before this august assembly representing the peoples of Africa to deliver this presentation on the theme. As you all know, this is a topical issue, which is impact of U.S. visa restrictions on certain African countries and the imposition of higher customs tariffs on certain African products, and also to discuss the resilience and adaptation strategy of the countries concerned and the African Union. These two issues are of particular importance to Africa in an international context marked by a decline in multilateralism, the emergence of bilateralism for certain countries, and a tendency towards isolationism for others. And so my presentation will be structured in 3 points. Firstly, I will outline the context of visa restrictions and customs tariffs. Then I will speak to their impact on Africa from an economic and political perspective. And after that, I will try to analyze the various responses to date by African governments before drawing some conclusions on this double penalty imposed on our African peoples. And lastly, I will conclude with a few recommendations that will enable the African continent in its uniqueness to face this unprecedented situation, which nevertheless holds out hope for greater awareness of its role and place in the community of nations. And so before I speak to the context and the various points, I want to talk about something. You know, the foreign policy of the United States of America is pillared on 4 principles, and these principles are prosperity, trade, investment. The second principle is geopolitics and geostrategy. The third principle is peace and security. And the fourth principle is power. Each time they say soft or hard or smart power. These are the principles, the powers that mark the U.S. policy. You have strategic partnership, but also they have a notion of influence. And we'll come back to all of this. So let me situate the context here, the context of the U.S. visa restrictions and customs tariffs. 1, the visa restrictions. The United States government has recently imposed restrictions on entry into its territory for nationals coming from a number of African countries. And as a Chadian, my country is also concerned here. My country is among the first 12 countries subject to a ban on entry for citizens holding any type of visa, with the exception of diplomatic visas and green card holders. My country has exercised its right of reciprocity by applying the same restrictions to United States citizens. This is also a matter of sovereignty. Chad made that decision to reciprocate. And so this measure taken by the U.S. government will have various repercussions and will disproportionately affect the countries that have been targeted. Yes, indeed, it is clear that some states will be more severely penalized than others. And this highlights the subjective and therefore selective measure of the measure. So it is not one size fits all. So the measures apply differently, disproportionately. Although the number of visa applications from Chadian nationals is low, this decision considerably restricts the movement of business people, students, and many other Chadian travelers. This is something that penalizes this group, these categories of people. And so we all know that the decision to allow nationals of a third country to enter a country is a matter of sovereignty and also a matter of discretion for the host country. Furthermore, we also know that since the attacks on the Twin Towers, and everybody knows this, the Twin Towers in September 2001, and the war on terror declared by Washington thereafter, the United States has become a favorite target for terrorist groups. Furthermore, the recent waves of illegal African immigration via Latin America that have swept across the United States from Africa have led the Americans to tighten border controls and make immigration laws more stringent. Drastic measures have been put in place upstream to better filter the movement of non-Americans and downstream to turn back illegal migrants from American territory. Despite the restrictive nature of these measures on the movement of persons, the African countries concerned could seek the cooperation and expertise of the American partner in order to address the concerns and problems raised. And this is the case today. You know, some countries have actually started negotiating individually and collectively with the United States, but we have not yet arrived at anything conclusive. This means that everything ends with negotiations. The American government has often raised the issue of unreliability of travel documents issued by certain African countries, which fuels the flow of illegal migrants, including suspicious or dangerous individuals. And such remarks from such an important bilateral and multilateral partner deserve greater attention from our governments. They also raise the issue of the governance of the institutions responsible for issuing travel documents. And so it is in the same vein that 60 years after the creation of the Organization of African Unity, the OAU, and 25 years after the advent of the African Union, AU, many of our states are struggling to apply the rule of free movement of people. And you all know this. Among us, when I look at the central region, for instance, I take West Africa as well, movement of persons. There is no free movement of persons. There is no integration, so to speak. So among ourselves, when I was leaving Jamina to Midrand, where this meeting, where the Pan-African Parliament is seated, I needed a visa to travel here. So which means that there is some background work that has to be done here in Africa. We have to say these things. We have to call a spade a spade. There is work to be done in Africa. So those who will be most penalized by the U.S. restrictions are business people, students who are looking for better opportunities, young people seeking better opportunities that they cannot find at home, particularly in the area of education and work. So we should not be scared of words. Let's not mince words. There is a strong correlation between corruption, administrative malpractice, and the quality of travel documents, identity documents, and other administrative documents. This state of affairs needs to be seriously addressed in order to enable Africa to grow in credibility and, of course, in security. Now, in relation to customs tariffs, the United States government has also raised customs tariff on various African imports. These tariffs are often imposed on key primary products such as cotton, cocoa, and other raw materials. Tariffs are trade barriers because they directly affect competitiveness in the United States market, thereby reducing Africa's access to one of the world's largest markets for African products. With regard to Chad, the United States government imposes a 13% tax on all imports. However, the impact of this measure remains limited given the low level of trade between Chad and the United States of America. It is not as high as it is in other countries. In 2024, according to the United Nations Comtrade database, the United States exported $59.9 million worth of goods to Chad, mainly manufactured products, while imports amounted to $80.8 million, mainly oil and gum arabic. With the departure of ExxonMobil from Chad in 2022 and the development of economic and trade relations between Chad and Asian countries, notably China, India, and even Turkey, Chad has greatly diversified its economic partnerships to offer new opportunities to its businessmen and women, thereby reducing its dependence on trade relations with the United States of America. In the year 2000, the United States government signed the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, which you all know about. It is an agreement exempting African imports to the United States from customs, duties, and taxes. The agreement actually stipulated that zero customs duties and taxes on more than 1,800 African products entering the United States, a measure that allowed full and free access for exports from Africa to the world's largest economy. This was a major boost that Africa so badly needed to make trade the driving force of its development. But now the question that comes to mind today: what have African countries done with the customs and tax breaks that the United States granted them for a quarter of a century to boost their economies? 25 years. This is a question that we should ask, and we are called upon as Africans to ask that question. Despite this generosity, very few African countries have been able to take advantage of the opportunities that the United States has granted African countries to industrialize. On the contrary, Africans have flooded the United States with raw materials. That's all. It is regrettable that these countries have not been able to industrialize themselves and process their products locally in order to create jobs and build sustainable wealth. Now, talking about the impact on Africa very quickly. The impact of protectionist measures will be economic, social, and political in nature. From an economic perspective, these measures lead to a reduction in African exports, particularly customs tariffs, a reduction in foreign investment, particularly visa restrictions, and a disruption to international trade. Politically, these measures are causing diplomatic tensions that hinder cooperation and growing inequalities that exacerbate social and economic disparities. Visa restrictions are hindering the development of talent because our young people today can no longer travel to the United States to take advantage of the educational system there and even to take advantage of the technological development there. But so beyond this negative economic and political impact, the social consequences for the population could last for decades, and it is impossible to accurately assess their full extent. In addition to visa restrictions and tariff increases, the new administration has introduced drastic budgetary measures to support development, ranging from the abolition of USAID, which you all know. USAID is present in almost all countries, and it is funding projects and programs. So this, again, is another problem. And the U.S. international cooperation agencies to the withdrawal from international organizations such as the WHO. Many countries, if not all countries, are feeling the pinch today. We know that in the health sector, in all our countries, there is this problem, especially if we have to provide care to HIV patients. So, these measures have significantly reduced the capacity of African countries to deal with this humanitarian crisis. Job losses due to a lack of resources allocated to humanitarian organizations will have long-term effects on health, with the risk of exacerbating crises such as terrorism in the Sahel and Lake Chad region. You know, I am actually part of this area. We are a member of the Lake Chad, and we are a member of the Sahel region. It is a reality in our country. Famine and dangerous immigration to the west. These are all outcomes of the situation. So although the situation is dramatic, this situation provides an opportunity for African countries to strengthen intra-African cooperation. And as an African country, or as African countries, we need to learn our lessons and to see what strategies we could actually put in place. And so efforts must therefore be made to accelerate regional integration and strengthen continental cooperation within the African Union and the AFCFTA. What is Africa's response? What strategies and alternatives do we have? The new U.S. policy offers a unique opportunity for African countries that are members of the African Union to strengthen intra-African trade relations within the framework of the AFCFTA. Intra-African trade relations, this is very important. Also, promoting intra-African trade will also create enormous employment opportunities for young people and will be a powerful lever for economic growth in African countries. It will strengthen regional balances and contribute to the diversification of South-South trade partnerships and bilateral and multilateral agreements. Finally, African countries must seize this opportunity to lay solid foundations for improving internal competitiveness by promoting local value chains and strengthening economic governance, which will enable them to derive maximum benefit from their resources. The comparative advantage of the African countries is their young, dynamic population seeking a better future. Paradoxical as it may seem, this is my conclusion, the tariff advantages of AGOA, and this, I think you all know about it, The tariff advantages of AGOA have not led to a transformation of African economies over the past 25 years, and trade has not been a driver of continental transformation. And so in this context, it is highly likely that the increase in new tariffs will have a minor impact on the economies of most of the countries concerned. The rigidity of certain economies, their archaic nature, and their inability to evolve to meet the quality requirements of competitive norms and standards have been the greatest handicap to African economic growth. The international market has strict norms and standards that constitute non-tariff barriers, which have excluded and will continue to marginalize many small producers from competitiveness. So, whether or not the U.S. government imposes or lifts tariff on certain products, the result will remain virtually the same as long as there is no real awareness at the African continental level. For trade to be a powerful lever for development, there must be an environment and climate conducive to its flourishing. And so this is the situation in Africa. The AFCFTA, implemented or established 6 years ago to promote intra-African trade, continues to struggle. To boost trade between Africa and the rest of the world, more than just slogans are needed. Quality infrastructure and the mobility of goods and people are essential. That is what we need. The new international order is one of less aid and more trade. The era of charity and philanthropy is over. So it is the era of business now. By way of recommendations, I would say that in a world where multilateralism is in decline, free trade has become an illusion. Priority must be given to regionalization of trade, diversification of raw materials, and the relocation of certain production and value chains. And so, we must position ourselves correctly. 1, promote a well-trained and healthy workforce. China has become the world's workshop. That is an example, thanks to its well-trained and cheap labor force. We also have to promote know-how and innovation to ensure competitiveness. We have to improve the business climate and environment to be attractive and competitive. These two are quite important. Fight corruption, high taxation, and weak regulatory frameworks. Strengthen upstream and downstream capacities. We have to transform products to add value, build high-quality roads that are passable in all seasons, create a stable political environment, because that is not what we see today in most of our African countries. Then we also have to create a financial market capable of supporting businessmen and women, promote socio-professional structures to improve supply. So, ladies and gentlemen, Africa has very, very, very rich resources. Africa has the minerals that the whole world is looking for. So it is incumbent on us to see what we can do with all the potential that we have in Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, honorable parliamentarians, honorable African parliamentarians, our challenge is not that of visa restrictions or an increase in customs tariffs. No. Our problem is in the deficit of our vision and the political will to free ourselves from all these chains. And this requires vision and determination. We should stop being spectators of a global economy which is on the fast lane and which does not forgive latecomers. So as like I was saying before, we have to change our paradigm, and that's why I'm talking about awakening, our reawakening. So these recommendations aim to ensure that Africa can mitigate the impact of U.S. visa and tariff restrictions while strengthening its intra-African relations and creating a stronger and more competitive internal economic environment. In order to conquer other markets, we Africans must have or simply give ourselves the means to achieve our ambitions. We should produce more, produce better, transform our products, and place them on a competitive international market where quality makes the difference. To change the face of the world, Africa must be bold and stop relying on incantations and victimization. Africa's response must be African. Thank you for your valuable attention.
Thank you very, very, very much, Mr. Presenter. Let him sit down. Another round of applause. There we have two presentations that are related. This one is on tariffs, a bit of AfCFTA trade. We have a trade committee chaired by Honorable Bideri, chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters, which is about visas anyway, immigration matters. So better we have the joint presentation. So this is followed by Honorable John Bideri. Please come forward and present.
Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Bureau, honorable members of Parliament, allow me to present to you a draft report on the fact-finding and advocacy mission on the progress made by the Republic of Tanzania on the implementation of the AfCFTA Guided Trade Initiative, usually known as GTI. My presentation will be basically a summary of the draft report so that I don't take a lot of time. My presentation will cover 5 parts: the background of the mission, the sequence of proceedings of the mission, the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area GTI by the United Republic of Tanzania, lessons learned and conclusion, and then recommendations. The Pan-African Parliament Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters resolved to undertake a fact-finding and advocacy mission on the progress made by the Republic of Tanzania on the AfCFTA Guided Trade Initiatives, also known as GTI. This was done within the framework of the promotion of human and people's rights, consolidation of democratic institutions, and the democratic culture, good governance, transparency, and the rule of law by all organs of the African Union, regional economic communities, and member states. Perhaps one would want to find out why Tanzania was selected among the several African states that are already piloting this GTI. The United Republic of Tanzania was selected because it's one of the few that have successfully implemented the GTI. The implementation of the AFCFTA Guided Trade Initiative is an aspect that is closely monitored by the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters as it responds to the mission of the African Union to have an integrated African continent. The achievement of this mission should therefore lead to an effective free movement of people, goods and services within the continent. The Continental Free Trade Area offers the opportunity for ordinary African citizens to trade across borders. It also contributes to people-centered development and thus facilitates the integration of the continent. The objective of the mission was first the objective of the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters in initiating the mission was to collect information on the progress made by the United Republic of Tanzania in the implementation of guided trade initiatives. The other one was to undertake a visit to the Namanga one-stop border post, which is on the border post between Tanzania and Kenya, to witness firsthand how the movement of people, goods, and services are fast-tracked. The other objective was that the committee also took the opportunity to discuss and lobby the relevant authorities of the United Republic of Tanzania for the signature and ratification of the African Union Protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. The mission took place between the 19th and 25th of October 2024, and the delegation was able to travel to Dodoma, which is the capital city of Tanzania, to Arusha, and then to the border post of Namanga. The mission was headed by Honorable Professor Margaret Kamar from the Senate of Kenya, and she was accompanied by 4 other MPs, members of the committee, and 3 staff. And I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank Honorable Professor Kamar and her team for a job well done. I would also want to thank the members of Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament members from the National Assembly of the Parliament of Tanzania for coordinating this mission successfully. Now, the mission team had the opportunity to meet the following delegations: members of the Pan-African Parliament from the United Republic of Tanzania, the Committee on Trade and Livestock of the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania, representatives of the Tanzanian Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, TCCIA, of Dodoma and Arusha. They were also able to meet the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation of the United Republic of Tanzania. They also were able to meet the Regional Director of the Namanga District, among others. Your Excellency, Honorable Members of Parliament, allow me to explain to you, to give you an overview of the AFCFTA guided trade initiatives, because it might sound relatively new to some of you. The Guided Trade Initiative was established in accordance with the decision of the 7th Ministerial Directive of the AFCFTA Council of Ministers responsible for trade, which was adopted by heads of state and government in February 2022. The initiative is piloted to kickstart meaningful trade among interested state parties that have met the minimum requirements for commencing trade under the agreement, and to test the readiness of the private sector, and finally to test the operational, institutional, legal, and trade policy environment under the AFCFTA. It was launched on October 7, 2022. Launched on October 7, 2022, the African Continental Free Trade Area Guided Trade Initiative aims to operationally kickstart trade under the agreement, and the legal basis for the AFCFTA GTI is provided for in Article 13, Sub-Article 3, which mandates the Council of Ministers to make regulations, issue directives, and make recommendations in accordance with the provisions of the AFCFTA agreement. It is within this framework that the Ministerial Directive of the 7th meeting of the AFCFTA Council of Ministers responsible for trade that held that was held on 10th October 2021 was issued. There are three major objectives that underpin the AFCFTA Guided Trade Initiative. Firstly, is to allow commercially meaningful trading under the AFCFTA. Secondly, it is to test the operational, institutional, legal, and trade policy environment under the AFCFTA. And thirdly, is to send an important positive message to African economic operators. According to a release issued by the AFCFTA Secretariat, the initiative is considered by the AFCFTA Secretariat as a solution-based approach intended to achieve its goal through matchmaking businesses and products for export and import between interested state parties within our continent and in coordination with the national AFCFTA implementation committees. The state parties involved in the initial AFCFTA guided trade include Cameroon, Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Mauritius, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Tunisia. Other countries that have met the requirements and deployed the AFCFTA e-tariff book and the rules of origin manual have officially published their tariff rates and have had them approved by the AFCFTA Secretariat, and these will also be considered to take part in the next phase of the Guided Trade Initiative. At least as of now, 96 products are traded under the GTI, and the initiative will be reviewed annually to expand the list of countries. It's very important to note, Your Excellency, that the intercontinental trade and investment will be rapidly boosted in the coming years and months because of the elimination of Africa's financial borders and the launch of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement Systems, PAPS, which will release the continent from overdependence on external players and factors. Your Excellency, allow me to highlight some of the interactions that the mission from the Committee of Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters were able to meet while in Tanzania. The first interaction was with the Committee of Trade and Livestock of the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania. While meeting this committee, the meeting highlighted Tanzania's strategic position in SADC, ESC, and the implementation of the Guided Trade Initiative, while emphasizing the significance of the free movement of people, goods, and businesses across Africa. Key discussions revolved around Tanzania's relationship with other AFCFTA member states, the challenges of ratifying free movement protocols, and the implication of local businesses and the macroeconomy. The Committee on Trade and Livestock of the National Assembly underscored the Tanzanian Parliament's role in ratifying government initiatives and stressed the need for continued engagement with stakeholders and relevant ministries for the ratification of the protocol. Immediately after that meeting, the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters was able to meet the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation of the United Republic of Tanzania. In their meeting, the discussions mainly focused on Tanzania's implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, highlighting the country's strategic role in fostering regional integration through trade. And the key topics discussed included Tanzania's progress in the Guided Trade Initiative, identifying potential producers for export to other countries, as well as the initiatives to attract foreign direct investments alongside infrastructure improvements such as revamping of Air Tanzania and investing in road and rail projects that will connect the country to the neighboring countries. The discussions also addressed macroeconomic impacts, trade protocols, and the challenges of non-tariff barriers and awareness raising among businesses regarding AFCFTA opportunities. There was consensus on the need to enhance the free movement protocol through ratification, expanding product lists for GTI, and continuing infrastructure development and expansion with an emphasis on the implementation of the one border, one-stop border post to streamline and ease trade across borders. After meeting the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, the delegation again had the opportunity to meet the Tanzanian Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, which is a member of the private sector federation of that country. In their discussion, the discussion mainly focused on enhancing trade relations and fostering economic development across Africa, specifically highlighting the efforts of the Chamber of Commerce to create a supportive business environment through a range of development packages. The discussions also looked at the African Union's commitment to trade integration, particularly through the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the challenges faced by local businesses in capitalizing on these opportunities, and were also highlighted. Discussions also emphasized the need for greater awareness and education regarding trade agreements and the importance of overcoming barriers to export, and the potential for regional associations to facilitate trade. Suggestions included organizing seminars and conferences for chambers of commerce to foster networking, promoting agricultural exports, and a call to action for the Chamber of Commerce of Tanzania to lead initiatives that empower local businesses and harmonize trade practices. The members of the TCCIA urged the Pan-African Parliament to collaborate with them so as to raise awareness of African Union trade protocols and to deepen engagement with various African markets. Your Excellency, honorable members of Parliament, allow me to again talk about the one-stop border post, because this is one of the areas that the Delegation of Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters visited. And for us to understand how that operates, it would be very important for me to be able to explain to you what the one-stop border post really means. This is a border management model that promotes a coordinated and integrated approach to facilitate trade, movements of people, and improving security. The one-stop border post helps to reduce border crossing, dwell times, and to reduce logistics costs. The concept of OSPB has been applied across Africa for more than a decade and is embedded within an integrated border management approach, and more than 80 one-stop border posts have been planned or are being implemented in various parts of Africa as a means of reducing the time and costs of delays at border crossing along major corridors. The OSPBs are not only a key tool of border management, but also promotes the progressive stages of regional integration of the various regional economic communities. Ultimately, OSPB can support the facilitation of free movement of goods, persons, and services, which is the last stage of integration with the establishment of a common market. Aspiration 2 of the African Union's Agenda 2063 includes the goal to be a continent with seamless borders where the free movement of people, capital, goods, and services will result in significant increases in trade and investment among other African countries. I think some of the challenges that were highlighted by the previous speaker, where we are having challenges of trading with the rest of the world, I think we need to begin building our internal capacity, removing any sort of barriers that really hinder trade, movement of people, movement of goods within our continent. I think once we do that, some of the challenges that we are talking about may be significantly reduced. When the African Union further expansion of OSPB within the African Union, further expansion of the one-stop border post appears as a priority within the African Union Plan of Action on boosting intra-African trade, which foresees the one-stop border posts at all key border posts and the reduction of border time crossing of goods by 50%. This is a target that was set in 2012, and I believe we are heading towards that. Your Excellency, as I come to the end of my presentation, allow me to highlight what the mission was able to find out in terms of the progress made by the United Republic of Tanzania towards the implementation of the guided trade initiatives. The Pan-African Parliament delegation was informed that Tanzania is effectively participating in the AfCFTA guided trade initiative, and to date, 51 consignments are traded under the AfCFTA, mostly sisal fibers, which it exports to different African countries. There has also been notable increase of trade with various African countries. A list of them are highlighted in the report, and I don't want to go through them. In terms of Tanzania's readiness to fully implement the AfCFTA regime, it's very important to note that to date, Tanzania has been able to put in place all the AfCFTA instruments, which include the protocol, the rules of origin, the tariff book, the e-tariff book manuals, and so on. Tanzania has also been able to raise awareness, to carry out awareness seminars, which have mainly targeted a good number of staff, especially those who are working at the entry and exit stations on its border. Tanzania has also been able to schedule concessions under AfCFTA, which are ready to be uploaded into the Tanzania Customs automated system to allow traders to enjoy the AfCFTA preferential tariff treatment. Efforts are also underway to implement e-rules of origin under AfCFTA, where, among others, e-certificates of origin will be issued by the Tanzania TCCIA, as opposed to manual certificates of origin, which are currently being used. Your Excellency, in terms of the progress made by the United Republic of Tanzania under the GTI in terms of exports, a total of 51, I think I mentioned that, a total of 51 consignment products, which include sisal, fiber, spice, tobacco, and others, were exported under the AfCFTA, of which 70% of those were exported to Ghana, Nigeria, Morocco, Egypt, and Algeria. 51 manual certificates have been so far issued, and as I mentioned, they are moving towards electronic certificates, which I think will make the trading even much faster. Joint collaboration between Information and Communication Technology, ICT technical teams, Tanzania Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, and Tanzania Revenue Authority are ongoing towards issuance of an e-certificate, and the testing of these e-certificates is scheduled to take place on 20th November 2024. I believe possibly these e-certificates are now operational, because this was being stated while the mission was in Tanzania at that particular time. So what are the challenges that the mission was able to observe? One of them is that the United Republic of Tanzania, the challenges faced by the United Republic of Tanzania in the implementation of the AfCFTA are as follows. The first one is the absence of cargo scanner. The United Republic of Tanzania, through the Tanzania Revenue Authority, has allocated funds, and it is at the procurement stage. So it means that there is already some progress being made in terms of ensuring that a cargo scanner is in place, because this allows...
Honorable Bideri,
I'm about to conclude, Your Excellency.
We are doing badly on time.
I'm about to conclude, Your Excellency, if you allow me.
Conclude.
Thank you so much. The other challenge is trading. Most of the trading is done by air as opposed to roads, owing to the road infrastructure challenges, which I think was mentioned also by the previous presenter. That remains a very big challenge. All the trade that is being carried out under the GTI is mainly by air. So as I come to conclusion, I would like to come up with what would be the lessons that other countries can learn. The implementation of the AfCFTA guided trade initiative in the United Republic of Tanzania has made a positive impact on the country's economy and development. So countries that have not undertaken this initiative, I think they can learn quite a bit from Tanzania. The other one is that the Guided Trade Initiative has impacted positively the income of small businesses and individuals, but more work needs to be done by the authorities in motivating businesses to engage in international trade. So small businesses and individuals have benefited as a result of this GTI. With regards to Tanzania readiness implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area, the PAP mission noted that the country is fully prepared to start trading under the AfCFTA regime as the GTI implementation is being successfully conducted. However, there is an ongoing review of the initial products that were included in the Guided Trade Initiative so as to include the trading of mineral resources in the AfCFTA. Now, in terms of recommendations, as I conclude, some of the recommendations include those that are specific to the United Republic of Tanzania, that the United Republic of Tanzania Ministry of Trade should work in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture to increase its awareness among the business community of the opportunities available under the African Continental Free Trade Area, and in particular the Guided Trade Initiatives. The other one, there is a need to review and expand the list of products included in the Guided Trade Initiative, as the first phase of the initiative has been successful. Tanzania should address non-tariff barriers with partner countries so as to create seamless trade. Tanzania should continue infrastructure development projects, including standard gauge railways and port modernization, to facilitate trade with the rest of the continent. Tanzania should focus on exporting finished products and add value to create opportunities and increase revenue for the country. The AfCFTA Secretariat should ensure that challenges in awareness and implementation of the AfCFTA among African countries are overcome. The other recommendation is that the African Union, through its member states, should prioritize and implement infrastructure projects and promote the modernization of ports, roads, and railways to facilitate movement of goods, and increase connectivity with landlocked countries across the continent. The other one is that the United Republic of Tanzania should develop specific schedules for the implementation of the AU Protocol on free movement of persons. Finally, the Pan-African Parliament should organize a continental conference with African countries chambers of commerce to raise awareness on African Union trade protocols and increase collaboration between the Parliament and the private sector. Your Excellency, I would end by requesting the honorable members of Parliament, of the Pan-African Parliament, to consider this report and its recommendations for adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Bideri. Yes, another round of applause. Now, I'll allow debate. Now, if you look at the time, it is after 5. 10 past 5. It's fair if we can end it at 5:30. It'll be very fair so that tomorrow we come back with full energy. But there are so many that have registered. On this list, there are 20. Let me check another list. The other list, 10, but I see some people who are not in the chamber. I know they are not. Yeah, and then there's another list. So that when you speak, you know that you are undermining the process, the sitting, if you talk too much. Yeah, because there's more than 20, 25, almost 30 speakers. In 30 minutes, not even 30, in 20 minutes. So that means less than a minute. Yeah, you please write points only. don't tell us stories about trade. And the first to take the floor is, and to set the example of being very brief, Honorable Swaboy Tore, the Gambia.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable President. In terms of the committee, I just thank them. And I want to also emphasize that data is very important. If our young people who want to get into entrepreneurship know about the products that are to be safeguarded versus those that are open to competition, that will be very useful to them in trying to prepare themselves for inter-African trade. Honorable President, I also want to say something about U.S. restrictions. Almost 30 countries in sub-Saharan Africa are giving visa restrictions. This is very unfair, but I believe that, Honorable President, it cannot be Chad going it alone, Gambia trying to negotiate with the U.S. It will not be effective. So I'm recommending that the AU takes up this matter and consult all other countries to see how they can have collective bargaining with the United States regarding visa restrictions, so that if that is not possible, then we'll have to reciprocate. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. The one who follows can even do much better. Honorable Zain El Abidin Ahmed El Hadi, Mauritania. Thank you for being absent. Honorable Abdel Salam, Homa, Mauritania. Again, thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Kesetegile Kobotsang.
Thank you very much. To save time, just to say that, yes, tariffs are going to affect countries a lot. And I just want to give an example of my country, Botswana, which is dependent on diamonds, and it has been hard hit. Jobs are already being lost in the mines. The revenue has gone down. We're struggling to finance our budget. So there are problems. And I also want to say that, yes, we need, this maybe it's a blessing in disguise, so that we can have inter-trade among ourselves and build the state-of-the-art infrastructure like the Gazungula Bridge that links Botswana and Zambia, and the one-stop border post. I thank you.
Excellent. You have proved you're a doctor. Being very brief. The next one, I know she's not in the chamber. I know she's not. Esther Mtoni Pasaris. Kenya, she's not. Next is Yoba, Honorable Yoba Baude, Senegal.
Ok, merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much. We have limited time to speak, so it's a bit complicated. Mr. President, dear colleagues, the restrictions on visas imposed by the United States have very important consequences. It is an obstacle to the free movement of people and also hinders trade. Our entrepreneurs, students, and professionals find themselves being refused for training, and these situations limit the transfer of skills and also the capacity of Africa to attract investment and to participate in the world economy, global economy. In terms of tariffs, the trade tariffs imposed by the United States on certain African products are an obstacle for the economic growth of our continent. Mr. President, the response of Africa to a greater and integrated economy, Africa is not a passive. Our response is multi-dimensional, and we have to have strategic moves. We have to strengthen regional integration. The AFCFTA is a strategic pillar, creating a market of more than 1 billion people. Secondly, we commit to the diversification of our partnerships, whether they be commercial or diplomatic, establish stable relationships with other countries that respect our economic development. We also have to have production capacity. We need to emphasize the availability of our local resources in order to produce value-added goods and reduce our vulnerability to external shocks. Africa is determined to take its destiny in hand. The challenges posed by restrictions from the United States strengthen our determination in building a continent that is more resilient, autonomous, and prosperous, founded on diversification and innovation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Tony Sibanze.
Your Excellency, thank you for giving me the floor. I want to make my intervention on the presentation on the impact of the U.S. and the subsequent presentation that was made. Mr. President, I'll try and be very brief. The AFCFTA trade agenda is a solution to and a substitute for AGOA, which is influenced by U.S. tariffs. Africa needs to empower itself instead of being a crybaby when it has all the natural resources at its disposal. Mr. President, technological education and talent being affected due to visas and tariffs would not have been an issue had Africa invested in its intra-technological education and talent. The absence of a single trading currency for the African continent is an embarrassment. We need to trade in a currency. We continue to trade in a currency with the dollar, which is also attracting tariffs as we speak. Even the African Union cash flow and budgets are denominated in US dollars, Mr. President. Those increased tariffs should be appreciated and applauded, as it will force Africa to come out of her comfort zone and expedite the implementation within 12 months of the AFCFTA, so that we can, as Africans, regularly trade within ourselves. In this way, labor migration, natural resources distribution of natural resources, industrialization, Africa's domestic debt will circulate within the territories of the African continent without external influence, and so defend our sovereignty in the process. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Eswatini is the largest exporter of sugar and pineapples, and it's the reason why, Mr. President, Emaswati are so sweet. And the timber, and also timber is also exported to other continents under quota agreements. The sugar demand is so high, Mr. President, from other continents, such that a lot of African countries like Kenya, Botswana, etc., want our sugar, but were unable to supply due to the agreements outside the continent where we are price takers. So if the AFCFTA, whatever it's called, is enabled, it will become a perfect market where market prices will prevail, benefiting both the seller and the buyer. In conclusion, Mr. President, let us unite under the African Union banner to advocate for fair trade policies, strategically leverage issues like deportations in negotiations, and accelerate the AFCFTA's implementation. Together we can transform these challenges. I submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tony. I see the floor to Honorable Fatoumata Njai, Mrs.
Thank you very much.
Gambia.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think we have had the report on the AFCFTA. if there is ever a time for African countries to consolidate on African strategy, now is the time. And the role of the African Union is very pertinent here because they can play a marshal to coordinate the continental response. I think when we respond to the US, we should respond as a unified Africa. That way we can have a strong force. Mr. President, we have a huge bargaining chip in this continent because we, as a continent, are rich in mineral resources and metal that made up to about 90% of our total export. And I think this material is needed by the US. And as tariffs are set, and if we retaliate, it can also hit the United States. We can keep our trade within ourselves, make sure that the AfCFTA works. And this is the moment to accelerate the internal implementation of the AfCFTA, especially as the global trade order becomes fragmented within the regional trade blocs. And I think, Mr. President, we shouldn't just look within. We should also have alternatives. The BRICS, the European countries, why are we crying over spilled milk? Let Donald Trump do whatever he wants, and we as a united Africa also do whatever we want. And as a united Africa, we can fight back and we can win only as a united Africa. Thank you.
In fact, that is the solution. Not to go one by one to Trump and try to negotiate on your own. That's being a sellout. Sellout. Africa should face Trump as Africa. And whatever the consequences, that's the way you succeed. When we fought for liberation struggle, armed struggle, we said, no, look, whatever it takes, whether we die, and we died in hundreds of thousands, but eventually we took the country and we are now, independent. So this idea of trying to be nice to Trump, a good boy, good girl for Trump, will not help. I'm telling you, that's only, we just have to say, let's face the consequences. All of us, one standpoint, we don't agree with you, we will not say all this to us. He says, don't do this to us, fine, we move. And Africa will be developed that way. That's why I want the youth into these things. I tell you, sometimes the youth can act better than this. Yeah, the old generation, they are too diplomatic and they will never achieve much. Anyway, the next is Honorable Fama Ba, Senegal.
Okay, thank you very much, dear President, Chairman. Okay, moi je dirais que
I would say that Papa must be the brain of making decisions of African parliaments. Africans need to be daring and need to unite to make decisions in order to avoid a blackmail coming from countries like the United States. African leaders must rely on themselves, and that does not mean to say that we need to concentrate on ourselves. No, we need to unite with other Africans to develop Africa. In order to do that, we need to have a win-win partnership. Let us no longer accept blackmail. Let us no longer accept threats coming from the West. If I take the example of the United States that have refused the visa to our basketball players for their training. So they stayed in the country and they were trained locally. When our Prime Minister went to China, he invited Basiri Jamafai, our president, to show that it is our responsibility to refuse threats. We need some brainwashing also for certain Africans who believe that Africa will not be developed without leaders from the West. They always loot our resources with the complicity of some leaders. Because what is happening in Africa, well, we need to promote good governance. We need to improve our tax systems. We need to make sure that Africa strengthens capacity, and Africa needs to be reawakened to improve education and training of its youth. Africa needs to adopt strategic measures in order to favor and support our agriculture in African countries. Africa needs to be reawakened once again for food sovereignty, for sustainable and endogenous environment. Let us stand up and take our destiny into our hands. Long live Senegal, long live Africa, long live the Pan-African Parliament.
It's good spirit. That's good spirit. But all of you know, some few weeks ago, some heads of state went to see Trump. I think 4 or 5, and Trump was looking at his watch and said, "Talk quickly, I need to leave you." And even said, "Right, you introduce yourselves in which country?" How can that be? Heads of state being asked, "Can you tell us your name and which country do you represent?" Yes, this thing happened. Heads of state. Well, imagine Trump coming to your country and you ask him, "By the way, where do you come from? And what's your name?" And your own head of state in Africa, by another head of state, they said, "Tell us your names. Tell us your names and which countries you represent." Treated like kids. And we sit here as pap, unable to help our heads of state. Those who came last week were very clear that Pan-African Parliament, those are your issues. Because countries have feared to come out, PAP should come out on behalf of member states. Honorable Sakata Tawab Gari, DRC. Not here. Honorable Dr. Aoke Amzae Asoma, Ethiopia.
Thank you, Honorable President. The visa restriction and the 10 to 50% tariffs imposition on African nations have huge impacts, and that we know is crystal clear. But we should not cry about this. The US is looking inward and maximizing its own interest. And Africa should also look inward and maximize its own effort. We should end the patronage system of the West and become free. We should strive to maximize our nation's interest. In order to succeed, we have to improve our bad governance, our rampant corruption. We should make Africa peaceful and secure, something to live in. If we do this, there will be less migration and more integration. Let us not forget the world is a continuation of the old colonial system in a new uniform. Therefore, we have to strive for a new world order and support the countries which form the BRICS in order to form a new world order and to establish a new payment system in the world, which is the only solution. As the philosopher and economist Adam Smith says, it's not from the benevolence of the butcher that the brewer or the banker that we expect our dinner, but from the regard to their own interest. Therefore, let's not expect benevolence from the US. We should not continue to talk. We have to act seriously. As the saying goes, action speaks louder than words, so we have to act seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Honorable Fagnon Benin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In my opinion, with President Chop is an eye for eye, a tooth for a tooth. I don't agree with countries in which the president before him, because he is mining lithium cobalt from the DRC, and at the same time, he is asking for conditions. He wants to stifle countries. South Africa cannot have 30% customs duties. Nigeria 11, DRC 11%, and so forth. Lesotho 50% because it's a major national resources exporting country. So we need to value agro industry and set up special economic zones like in my country, an industrial free trade zone for better integration between the primary and secondary sectors. Mr. President, the time has come that in the approach that we undertake, PAP has to undertake the initiative, and I'd like to congratulate the excellent report presented by my colleague Bideri and request that we take leadership. I'm giving you ideas. It's not a continental conference. We need regional industries to develop, regional industries, national industries. We can obtain funding from our Flexim Bank and the African Development Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tafanana Joe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for according me an opportunity to add my voice on the debate on U.S. visa and tariff on Africa and Africa's response. Mr. President, while the economic consequences of the recent tariffs announced by U.S. President Donald Trump are still unfolding, the political and diplomatic results for Africa were immediate. It is clear that the United States' new tariffs policy will have a significant impact on African economies and, in turn, U.S.-Africa trade relations. African countries face heightened vulnerability, with several economies likely to suffer serious setbacks due to their reliance on the American market as an export destination. These tariffs also threaten to nullify trade preferences long established in the African Growth and Opportunity Act that was enacted in 2000, at a time when the future of the program is already uncertain. Nevertheless, Mr. President, this moment of uncertainty and instability also present an opportunity for the African continent. The region should consider resetting its trade relations with the United States, repositioning itself as a vital and strategic trade partner. Take advancing and deepening its long-pending economic integration goals, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm going to touch also the response that are supposed to be done by African countries. Mr. President, as African countries face different response, a cohesive trade strategy will be necessary to support individual economies and expand the continent-wide integration project, Mr. President. African countries should speed up to strengthen the regional integration through agreements like the African Continental Free Trade Area to reduce reliance on external markets, Mr. President. By emphasizing value addition, harmonizing public procurement, and scaling up African trade agreements, countries can build resilience against external shocks. African countries must explore partnership with other nations like China to mitigate the impact of U.S. tariffs and visa restrictions. We must look east, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Amina Ali Idris Mrs. from Chad.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank all our presenters. Now we have an idea about the consequence of the visa restriction in Chad. But, dear colleague, we don't know about other countries. As Honorable Isa said, there are 12. The new visa restriction and term increased in some Africa product, even in AGO goods, is affecting our people and our economies. Student, business people, and professionals are finding out harder to travel. Trade is also becoming more expensive and less competitive. I'm wondering, how can African business grow if they are facing barriers just to enter global markets? Some of our textile, agriculture, and homemade products are new taxed more when entering the USA. Is it fair that we export our raw materials cheaply and we import finished goods at high prices? Dear colleague, I believe that Africa must give a united strategic answer in this situation. It's not by one. Wow. We are talking always, Africa is one voice. Use the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFC, FTA, to trade more among our services. The good practice of Tanzania people, I would like to say thank them, like Honorable Bideri tell us about on his presentation. We need every country copy good practice from Tanzania. Thank you. We need to support our local industry so we can process our own resources, promote African mobility, and reduce dependency on foreign visas. It's not only USA. We can wait even on other ground. We can make us the same things. Should we wait for others to open us doors? Should we build our own strong path? Or Africa has the potential, but we must act together with courage and clarity. All African Union member states must act together. As we used to say, united is strength. We can say, as my colleague from Ethiopia said, we don't need to cry. We must stand up and work together. Yes, we can, African, we can. Why always we wait only some new decision come to us and let us act? We have to think. Our continent is rich. We have many potential. Why wait for, most of the time, wait for some decision come and we decide? This is shame for us. Please, yes, we can do work together. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable Fashi Botbik.
فاتح بطبيق. شكرا. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jabir from Chad, who highlighted us on the decisions of the American administration with regard to the visa restrictions and tariffs on African products. This is the situation, and this is our destiny that we have to face together. We have to have a strong political will, and I would like to say, or I'd like to pose a question, Mr. Chair. What is our assessment of the law that has been enacted by the United States in 2000, pursuant to the the agreements with African countries, in the course of cooperation between South and North, which has become now, by these restrictions, has become like mirage. So I would like to to call us to go back to our legacy, back to the legacy of our forefathers, Nkrumah, who said Africa is for Africans. This slogan came in the wave of liberation following the decolonization. Today we have to awaken ourselves for a new wave of liberation from all these unjust systems. We have to return back to our, we have to exercise self-criticism. We, Africa, we are 55 countries. We have diversity of climate, diversity of resources, diversity of people. It is the promising market for the East, West, and Europe, and to all economies in the world. So we have to learn the lesson, and we have to accelerate cooperation, the continental cooperation in our negotiation with the West. We cannot go for negotiation as individual countries when it comes to lifting these tariffs. So the African group must be strong together in relationships, in negotiations, based on the new, African imperatives that maintain our interests. And I would like to emphasize the idea of recognizing economic relationships in Africa with new guidelines, and I would like to say that these kind of restrictions, U.S. restrictions, will push us to look for better alternatives, and also to look for external markets, other markets in other places. And also we have to invest in African capabilities, among which is the African in diaspora, which are our capital. And there are so many African capabilities running international institutions. So we have to establish an African market that attracts businesses from all over. And we have to have a joint African market that enhances our knowledge. And also we have to move to African industrialization. We don't have to export our raw materials, which is an opportunity for the West. So the West is exploiting us when importing our raw materials. So we have to add value to our products. So we have to enhance African or intra-African cooperation. So it is an opportunity for Africa, for an opportunity for us in PAB, for all African countries, in order to enhance trade governance and to provide a conducive environment, business environment, and also we can be able to produce more, we have diversify more, and we have promising market, and so that we can have a European African market, and also to enhance our intra-African trade and also FCFTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We move on to Honorable Mamelo Poko Misizi Lesotho.
Well, thank you, His Excellency. U.S. executive orders and tariffs are an African call to unite for the best. The U.S. executive orders are there because American leaders want the best for people they lead. So let's keep our resources for Africans. Let's strengthen Africa continental free trade area, invest in local industries and infrastructure, boost our economic resilience, collaborate as Africa and trade together. Let's wake up, Africa. The time is now. We can go together and do knowledge sharing, policy harmonization, and build renewable energy. We can go and do agriculture together and make sure that each and everything we buy is from Africa. Let Africa be Africa. Thank you.
That was very brief and very good. Honorable Menyani Zulu. It's not here. Honorable Mohammed Sigris, Algeria.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the presentation, which has to do with visa restrictions and tariffs. The report was very comprehensive and gave a description of the situation and presented solutions that we have to adopt in order to come out of this. We in Algeria, we have our own approach that we implement, and it is based on the principle of reciprocity. With regard to visas, Algeria is not easy it is not easy to allow others to enter. The Americans cannot be given a visa to enter Algeria because we treat them similarly. They restrict a visa to America. We also restrict a visa to Algeria. In our external relationship with the countries, we apply this principle, political, economic, and movement of individuals, and so on. So it is based on sovereignty and equality in everything. So if you restrict things against me, I do also restrict against you. And this is unlike what many other countries which are very relaxed in their regulations. And this might not, it's irrelevant to us anyway, but we, in Algeria, we call for this principle, and we have to, and we need to expand this, and we hope, or we wish to, after Africa is united economically, that Africa implement this reciprocity treatment when dealing with other countries, because these countries think about themselves. They don't think about Africa. We are experiencing the same thing. We have the partnership with Algeria. We have relationship with Europe, and Europe imposed some sanctions on Algeria, and Algeria responded. So at the moment, we are exposed to certain restrictions and sanctions, and we also resort to international arbitration. We refused. We declined to submit to them. So this is the principle that should be uniform in all African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable Mohammed Amrun, Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the interventions and for the excellent presentation. There is every cloud. This is an English proverb. And in Arabic, we have maybe something bad can be of benefit. I hope that this American decision with regard to restriction of visas and tariffs, it may change our way of dealing with our own tools and how to deal with others. And I hope that these kind of harmful decisions to our economies of our countries change our understanding of what relates to our ability as Africans in achieving the dream of integrity in our continent. If our understanding is not changed and we remain always running after partnerships, I don't want to say they are illusionary partnerships, and these are unjust partnerships. We have seen them over the years, and their impact are still lurking. So talking about enhancing collaboration and partnership is something good, but the most important thing is we as Africans, when we talk to others, we talk with them in the language of interests, because they understand the language of interests, not the language of principles. They raise the slogan of "Let America be great again." So let us also raise the slogan "Let Africa be great as always," because we are able to help ourselves by ourselves. We cannot. America cannot protect its interests by suffocating Africa. America cannot protect its interests while threatening the future of its influence in Africa. In fact, when we talk about these coercive measures, we Africans must go with one voice to the United States and tell them that these measures may harm your influence in the future. And I will think also that when we talk about we talk with the United States and the West, we have to take into account our confidence and the huge resources that we have, and we have also to address them in the language of interests. We are facing an international system that does not recognize except with those who can be able to achieve their interests. So we Africans, we can also address the others based on our interests, on ground on which you can be able to pressurize them. Thank you very much.
About how many? 5 speakers to conclude. So I seek your patience. Honorable Professor Muhammad Anadif Yusuf Chad.
شكرا سيد الرئيس لن أطول.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't prolong my speech. I would like to thank those who spoke before me and those who presented these decisive papers, and I would like to thank our colleague, Speaker Murdi Jaber, and he benefited a lot in our country. And I have some questions that I would like to raise with regard to in the context of the impact of visa restrictions and tariffs on Africa and the response of the continent. My first question is, how do you see the impact of these restrictions on African students pursuing their higher education and vocational training in the United States? Secondly, are there any clear indications with regard to the transformation of African countries into partnerships with countries like China, Turkey, and BRICS countries as a response to these American measures? The third question is, in the context of the role that the FCFTA can play, is there any mitigation of the impact of these measures? The fourth question, what do you think the immediate steps that AU must take in order to do something? The fifth and last question, do you think are there real chances to renegotiate or impact American policies through diplomatic channels or civil society? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Abdul Kantuntu.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Listening to colleagues, I am of the view that maybe the decision by the United States government was a correct decision.
Madam.
It was. Africa has been a sleeping giant. It's time to wake up. And let's go to the figures, Mr. President. The entire trade volume on the continent is only 15%, which translates in 85 billion, which is between African countries, of the entire trade volume on the continent. 85% of it, which translates into $1.3 trillion, is between Africa and other countries. There is no way you develop this continent without tradings amongst yourselves. And this is the time. You have a population of 1.5 billion people. And yet of this 1.5 billion, the trade volume is only 85 billion. Mr. President, it's time to wake up. So the issue about visa restrictions, as my colleague from, I think, Algeria says, for every dark cloud, there is that silver lining. And the silver lining is Pan-Africanism now. Africa must trade. We need to get rid of both tariff and non-tariff barriers. They are very unnecessary. We need free movement of people, free movement of goods and service across the continent. Mr. President, why would anybody want to go to the US? There are 4 reasons. 1, tourism. And if the United States does not want tourists, let it be. Because tourists go to spend money. If the United States does not want trade, between us and the United States is a minimum of $50 billion between Africa, the entire continent, and the United States. There are other options now. The BRICS is there. The eastern part of this world is there. We need new partnerships, Mr. President, to make sure that our country moves from where we are to where we should be. However, do we have the political will? Or it is the usual rhetoric? Do we have the political will, our leaders, to have this continent move from, because, Mr. President, as I conclude, as a high school student, I used to listen to the same rhetoric I'm listening to now. Our forefathers, when they are talking about Sekou Touré, are talking about Nkrumah, you are talking about Nyerere, they had this vision. They were speaking the same language. And yet we don't move a step ahead. We continue saying the same things. As I've said before, I was a founder member of this parliament. This was the talk 25 years ago, and we are still saying the same thing. Where is the political will to move forward? I think this is the time. Maybe Trump, who is closing his country, he says, I'm going to build a beautiful wall. A beautiful wall. We cannot expect somebody who wants a wall around his country, like it's a prison, to give us free visas. The US's biggest trading partner in history has been the Western world, has been Europe. Mr. President, today, Europe is also suffering like the African countries are crying about high tariffs. So if he's giving high tariffs, imposing high tariffs to Europe, what of Africa? Who are we? Please, please, let's wake up. Africa, we can do better. And time is now. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, Honorable, welcome. Did you debate on this one?
No, I haven't.
Did you debate on this one?
No, I haven't, Honorable
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable President, I'm in agreement with my fellow members of Parliament that African countries should transform the challenges posed by the US visa restrictions and tariffs into opportunities for economic resilience, regional integration, and global repositioning. The US tariffs should help accelerate intra-Africa trade via the AfCFTA by reducing non-tariff barriers, harmonizing standards, and investing in cross-border infrastructure. This will create resilient regional supply chains, increase local demand, and foster economic self-reliance, thereby reducing our vulnerability to external trade shocks. The US tariffs, Honorable President, highlight the risk of our over-reliance and over-dependence on one market, which is the United States market. We should explore other growing opportunities offered by alternative partners, such as the EU, UAE, and Asian markets. The diversified markets will stabilize export revenues and reduce impact of US protectionism while fostering competitive trade patterns. Honorable President, the US tariffs should encourage investment in local processing, which will promote value-added industries. We can do this by investing in industrial parks, technology hubs, and processing facilities to add value to our raw materials. This will enhance economic diversification, create jobs, and position Africa higher in global value chains, reducing reliance on raw material exports. Honorable President, the visa restrictions should strengthen African regional mobility and integration. We need to expand visa-free travel within Africa. We must promote the African Union's protocol on free movement to facilitate business, education, and tourism across borders. This will boost intra-Africa tourism and trade, support knowledge exchange, and reduce dependence on Western travel opportunities, fostering regional unity. Honorable President, the visa restrictions and tariffs provide an impetus for African nations to negotiate collectively. Through the AU and regional economic communities, Africa must present a unified front in trade and diplomatic talks with the US, push for AGOA's extension or alternative agreements. We can also consider reciprocal visa measures to assert sovereignty. This will enhance Africa's bargaining power, secure favorable trade terms, and strengthen diplomatic ties, positioning Africa as a strategic global partner. Finally, Honorable President, the reduced US market access should encourage African countries to stimulate domestic consumption and regional markets. Let us implement policies to boost local purchasing power, such as subsidies for small businesses and incentives for local production. We must promote Buy African campaigns to support regional brands and products. I submit, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Suleiman Saho, the Gambia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think, Honorable President, I think...
Honorable Suleiman, the person in this seat is addressed as President in the protocol, the AU protocol. You are introducing a title which does not exist anywhere in the rules and the protocols. I am not a speaker. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you, Mr. President. Back home, we call the man chairing as speaker, so I'm used to that. But I will now learn.
Back home, we are not yet back.
We are in mid-run. So, Mr. President, Mr. President, the impact of visa, US visa and tariff restriction, I saw it as something trying to provoke us to see our stand. Or, because if you read it, you see the mover himself. I think at the end tail of the conclusion, he has some good recommendations. So for us, we should not be worried about this. And Mr. President, I want to use this opportunity for Donald Trump, President of America, to apologize to Africans. We cannot accept abuse from Donald Trump. Donald Trump cannot be inviting the leaders of this continent and be insulting them, be abusing them. In Africa, that's not our culture. In Africa, we respect guests, we entertain guests, we share with guests. Mr. President, the visa restriction, we should not be worried about it. But, Mr. President, Donald Trump must understand that the resources that he is bluffing today in America was built or was founded from our sweat as Africans. Our people were taken from this continent and they work in their plantations. So we will not be worried. And we have a solution to our problems. Let him seal America as he wishes. The topic of discussion today is we need to build the integration that we're talking about. How can Gambia be exporting paper or vegetables from Gambia to Ghana, Ghana to South Africa, South Africa to Namibia, to Egypt, to Morocco. That should be our focus. And in fact, America is not our greatest partners in terms of trading. According to my research, it's Europe and China, not America. But we are not enemies of America, and we are not competing with America, but Donald Trump must learn lesson to respect us. What happened in the past will never be repeated on the surface of the earth. We were abused, our development was was disrupted, we were called all kinds of names. We will never accept it. Sekou Touré of Guinea once said, it's better to die in slavery than to be rich. It's better to die in poverty than to be rich in slavery. We want to tell Donald Trump that Nkrumah, Nyerere, Frantz Fanon, NASA, and others, they built a foundation that we will never allow him to come and trample on it. So Africans, let's solve our own problem. Let's support our youths. Let's try to work towards, self-reliant. Let's try to be corrupt-free. Let's build our own economy. Let's build our own standing army. Because Donald Trump may one day attack Africa. Who knows? We had another crazy man like Hitler who put the whole war into fire. Somebody else can also come and say, let me finish Africa. It's possible. So are we prepared? We must have a common army in place. So this is not a joke. This is a big threat that they are imposing us, and we must be resistant. They did it to Zimbabwe for years. Unnecessary sanctions. So the whole world, apartheid in South Africa, the whole Africa stood up against it. This is a form of new colonialism. Neo-colonialism is coming at our door. We must stand up. This parliament must come with a strong resolution to say to Donald Trump, what you said, we are not fighting America, but you, Donald Trump, we are going to fight against you. And we are not going to accept it. We must be like Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso. They are doing it without Europe. They are doing it without America. We should not depend on handouts. The mover made mention of AIDS. Let them take the AIDS. In fact, these AIDS make us very lazy. At the end of the day, the AIDS will be in the pocket of individuals. Come on. Enough is enough. This is the worst kind of insult that Donald Trump can use it to us. Look at what he did to Ramaphosa of South Africa. And other president, inviting people to your palace, abuse them. In Africa, that's not our culture.
The next question is, where do these nice statements go? We bang our tables, we clap. Then where does this go? Good statements. If they were ready to be put in a catalog of speeches and points from PAP, they would change Africa. Yes. So we need to summarize, apart from the general speeches, we take out those that we said this. You see, and I said, African heads of state were being asked, introduce yourself, tell us who you are, tell us what country you represent. What other most bitter insult than that? And people are looking to PAP for Africa. Truly, when you heard the ambassadors, they came, they were here. Peace and Security Council, this theme of the year, those who came from the AU were very clear. AU, commissioners, ambassadors, they are saying, no, look, certain issues require PAP to fight, not a member state alone, no. Certain things require this parliament to stand up. You can't impose sanctions on PAP. You can't do whatever alone, PAP, not possible. But some individual countries, of course, they may be victims of sanctions. Anyway, the floor moves to Honorable Megani Chetty. Megan Chetty, not in the chamber. It's from South Africa. Honorable Sam Digwa of Botswana. Honorable Jennifer Wibabara, Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I personally did not submit a script.
No, but I'm calling out Jennifer Wibabara. I don't think you are called Jennifer.
I am not. But you called my name there.
Which one? Sam Digwa?
Yeah.
Oh, you did not submit your name?
When was it submitted?
No, you are right. You are right. It's on the debate on FCTA, but as you are saying, you have a right to speak or not to speak. So thank you very much, Honorable Sam.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Sbongile Mamba, who will be followed by Honorable Stukimot, so that you get prepared.
Thank you, Honorable President. My points have been taken. Thank you.
Excellent. Honorable Stukimot.
Thank you, Honorable President. My concerns were addressed by the presenter, so I have nothing to say now. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Masamba Dieng, Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's fine. I give up. I yield.
Great. We remain with two only now. Honorable Professor Margaret Kama, member of the Trade Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity. I'll be very brief. I want to thank Senator Issa and Senator Bideri for very good reports and go straight to the recommendations from Senator Issa on the impact of the U.S. visa tariff. I want to say I'm very, very happy with this report, in particular his identification of the problem, that the problem is not the visa restriction and tariff increases. I really say thank you for telling us that finally, because we have been hanging on to the wrong things. And I want also to agree with the fact that ours is truly a lack of vision and political will to implement the issues that have been raised in the African Union since its revival from the OAU. I want to agree with the member from Algeria that really when somebody tells you not to go to their home, why do you want to go to their home? I think it should be reciprocity. If somebody blocks you from going, you block them from going, and life continues. I really like that. Mr. President, as a continent, we have had a lot of protocols that have been put in place, starting from the free movement of persons. Why we want to freely move in the US and not freely move in the continent is something is a big question this House must address. Free movement of persons from 2018, only 4 ratifications out of 54. Then the next year, our heads of state adopt the African Continental Free Trade Area. And as we are talking, we have 48 out of 54, which means we are ready to trade, but we are not ready to move. We need to ask ourselves as this parliament, how can we deal with this hurdle so that we can allow free movement of persons and free movement of goods? Because the trade that we are looking for in the US or any other country is one that we can deal with within. Some of the goods that we are getting from outside are goods we can get from sister nations. Mr. President, the report from the Tanzanian trip highlighted a number of very good issues. GTI, the Guided Trade Initiative that was done to see how to unblock the AFC-FTA, indicated very clearly that there are goods that are still protected by nations. And we are saying, why should we protect goods? Let's open the continent. Let's allow goods to flow. I was recently representing the committee in Ghana, and I was very impressed, Mr. President, to find coffee and tea from Rwanda being served in hotels. And I felt this is the way to go, that you go to West Africa and you get coffee and tea being served. That was really good. But the challenges have been highlighted, which we must address. And this House must look for a way of addressing them. The transportation, the infrastructure. I asked, in fact, the hotel how they get their coffee from and tea from Rwanda, and they say it's air cargo, which is very expensive. So it makes the same tea and coffee very expensive. We need to talk of infrastructure in this continent. We need to push for it in our own countries so that we can have connectivity between ourselves, have rail connectivity between ourselves, and see if we can make things cheap and affordable for us in the continent. Mr. President, that infrastructure must be looked at, but there was one other item that we highlighted when we came from Tanzania. The fact that our business community doesn't seem to know, and that is why we are really talking about a conference of all chambers of commerce from the continent. In fact, when we were in Arusha, the Chamber of Commerce officials said, we don't need your tickets. We will buy ourselves tickets to send 2 people from Tanzania and 2 from all the other 53 countries, and you have all of us in Midrand. And we discuss how we can do business. Because they are saying we are business people, but what you are telling us is foreign. Governments have not been able to do enough public participation or even to publicize what is going on here. So, Mr. President, I think it is very important that as Parliament, we look for ways of accelerating our trade, the intra-Africa trade, by actually ensuring that we remove the hurdles on the things that have been agreed. Because Africa seems to be full of very nice documents, but implementation still remains a problem. You have asked a question, Mr. President, where do these documents go? I'm going to suggest that we be bold as the Pan-African Parliament and have one day selected when all of us should discuss the Pan-African Parliament and discuss resolutions and discuss the African Union in our national parliaments. Just choose one day in a month, one day in a month. And if on one day in a month, the whole continent is talking about the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament resolutions, we'll be able to talk to our people and they'll be able to understand. And ratification of some of these protocols will even move faster. That is my proposal, Mr. President. Thank you.
The last but not the least, Senator Danson Mungatana.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable President. I would like to give my comments on the effects of the restrictions that America has put on us. Honorable Speaker, America passed baseline tax, something referred to as baseline tax, for all the goods that are sold to America. And that was done, that is 10%. That was 10% for everything that is taken to America from 2nd April 2025. Now, as a country, Kenya, we had something called export processing zone, where we would take our clothes, we would sell our clothes to America, and we were really hard hit by the 10% tax that was imposed by America. We have lost about $1 million US through that ban. We are also fearful that the job opportunities for the people who are working in export processing zones were also lost if these things go on. But let us speak the truth to one another as members of parliament. Kenya and other African countries are fearing to fight America. If Kenya says that they'll fight America, Uganda, Tanzania, if we stand individually as countries, America will win the fight. But if everyone will go to Washington, D.C. to meet privately with Trump, we will be doing something in futility. We will be wasting our time. So if all these countries are facing restrictions, why Africa, as a continent, why don't we agree, all countries, to work together and to say that 10% of the product that America wants from America, we also impose that tax. That we, what Trump has imposed on us, we also impose on him, so that we stop working as individual countries, as Kenya, Morocco, or any other country, Benin or any other country. Let us have a common stand as an African continent. I'm very, very happy to hear that Algeria has taken a very stand against America. But the truth is that most of the countries in Africa will not do what Algeria has done. So what I'm saying is that in addition to all what we have said, why don't our president sit down and ask for an urgent meeting to respond to Donald Trump regarding what he has done? If they can do that, first of all, we start one journey. We say that the first, every journey starts with one step. And that first step should be bringing together the African presidents to respond to Trump, that whatever he gets from Africa, he pays a 10% tax. We join with other countries that have done that, countries like Algeria. If our presidents will do that, it will be a very, very good step to respond to what Trump has done. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
We are sitting on what time now? 18:25. The response can only be in 2 minutes. The presenters, 2 minutes from there, from where you are seated. Just do it from where you are seated. Yes, just do it from there. 2 minutes, if there are any issues you want to respond to.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened very keenly to the various parliamentarians, African parliamentarians, and I think they all spoke to exactly what we mentioned in the presentation, but from different perspectives. And I am very convinced that the Pan-African Parliament is going to take into account all these concerns and reactions and try as much as possible to find solutions and also to get African countries to speak with one voice. This is the problem that we all need to address. We all are conscious of the problem, but what is being done? at the level of African countries, what is being done at the level of the African Union, but also what is being done at the level of the Pan-African Parliament. Are we playing our role as representatives of our people? Are we playing our role as the oversight body of what is happening in Africa? Are we playing our role as legislators? So these are questions that we need to ask. And like I said in my presentation, AGOA has been up and running for 25 years. And what have we learned? What did we gain from AGOA? This happens in our countries. These are questions to be asked in our countries. Visas have to do with our sovereignty. So this is part of integration. There is a lot of work that has to be done on the ground, and I want to appreciate all the questions and concerns that were raised here by the members of Parliament who are conscious of what is going on. Some have proposed reciprocity, because if there is a decision, they are proposing reciprocity, but they also agree that we have to create a united front. And we have the AFCFTA, which could be that driving force that Africa needs to take us towards an economic development. And then we have to diversify our products. And then we have to also take into account the fact that we are very important. Africa accounts for about 4% of the global economy. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Bideri, you have your own 1 minute.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think I want to thank all the people, all the honorable members that intervened, made intervention on our presentations. I think there were diverse inputs, which I think are very important. But for me, I think that the issue of visa restriction and blockage to trade with the United States, I see it as an opportunity for us now to really build our internal capacities in terms of supporting the regional and continental integration, which of course is still under, is not adequately developed. It's very difficult now to trade between the East African region and the West African region because of the connectivity in terms of transport. So these are some of the issues that I think we need to deal with. So with this reaction from the United States, and I believe other countries, it will help us to really build our internal capacity and be able to trade between ourselves as states within the African continent. But of course, the other thing that is very important is the political will by our governments. If you look at the protocol on free movement of people, goods, and services, it's only 4 countries that have been able to implement that. Even those that are complaining about visa restriction by the United States, we have several African countries that do not allow fellow Africans to move to those countries. So I think we need to deal with our internal challenges even before we begin complaining about, restrictions, visa restrictions by other countries like the United States and so on. So mine was just to thank all those that have made their interventions and those that have supported our report. I would only wish that our report is adopted with its recommendations. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Let's give them a pam-pam for the energy. Closing, 2 statements. The economists are good at saying, when they are doing certain reforms, they always say, don't complain about austerity, which can cause a pain in you. Eventually, the economy will get better. So they say no gain without pain. No gain without pain. Meaning, if you want to confront America in the immediate medium term, some country will suffer, but we reorganize ourselves at the end of the day. If you imagine if we closed America, and say we are looking to other Asia, wherever. What will we miss? Do we miss food? We will still get food. Clothes, whatever, get these same items from somewhere else. Then, lastly, some wise old father emphasizing the unity of Africa and everybody, that the problem we are not united. EU is benefiting out of unity. America itself is because of it united. Got united under with their federal states. And this wise father then gave his 6 children a band of sticks, 50 sticks, small sticks, to break a bundle, just break it. And all the children failed. They said, Father, it's not possible. We can't break this thing, it's too many sticks. Then the father said, okay, can we untie the sticks? Then they became separate. And he said, start now breaking each one. So all the 50 sticks were broken one. So the point was, when the sticks are bounded together and one, you can't break them. But once they stand one, you can break all of them. And that's the problem with Africa. Asante sana. Tomorrow at 9, for tonight, we can now adjourn to tomorrow 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
No, so let's go. We meet tomorrow at 9 a.m.